Chapter 4741. Ren Zhongyuan and the others couldn't help but regret secretly. It would be great if they didn't part ways with this kid. Maybe the Thunder Xian Rot Tan wouldn't have fallen into this kid's hands. Instead, it would have been theirs. The longevity route that the three of them had worked so hard to get was simply a street good compared with the Thunder Xian Rot Tan. But it was useless to regret now. They couldn't do anything except drool at this time. Fortunately, since Lin Yi was bound to be the first, it meant that he would soon become Ning Shangling's son-in-law. Once he became West Island's son-in-law, he would definitely have nothing to do with Hui Yudi. This was Ren Zhongyuan's only self-comfort. However, at this moment, the two underlings standing behind him, Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu, saw this scene and wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. Hui Yudi didn't come out before, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that her life and death were unknown. Therefore, the two of them felt that there was no need to add to Ren Zhongyuan's troubles, so they didn't say what they saw on the trial ground before. But now, not only did Hui Yudi come out, even her wild man came out with her. The two of them had to let Ren Zhongyuan know. Otherwise, if this matter were to be exposed in the future, and Ren Zhongyuan found out that they had been cuckolded for so long because of the two of them hiding it, he would definitely flip out on the spot. The two of them couldn't bear Ren Zhongyuan's monstrous anger. Brother Ren, there's something we have to tell you. You have to hold on, Li Yuzhou said cautiously. What's the matter? Ren Zhongyuan looked back at the two of them who wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. He couldn't help but frown. If you have something to say it quickly. That's fine. Brother Ren, you must hold on. Li Yuzhou whispered and then gave Sun Baolu a look, motioning him to speak. Brother Ren, in fact, Hui Yudi is already hooked up with a man named Lin Yi. We saw her and Lin Yi having sex in broad daylight in the trial ground before. This is a real adulterous couple. Sun Baolu said bluntly. What the fuck are you talking about? Ren Zhongyuan slapped Sun Baolu without saying anything. Sun Baolu spun around 3 times from the slap. He saw stars and almost fainted. It wasn't that Ren Zhongyuan didn't believe them. It was just that this matter was simply impossible. Who was Hui Yudi? She was one of the Eastern Continent's prideful pair. She was a pure and innocent girl. How could she casually hook up with a man? What kind of fucking hookup? This kid's brain must be filled with sperm and dreaming. We're not talking nonsense. We took a photo. Hurry up and show it to Brother Ren. Sun Baolu covered his swollen mouth with one hand and looked at Ren Zhongyuan pitifully while urging Li Yuzhou to take out the evidence. Under Ren Zhongyuan's murderous gaze, Li Yuzhou hurriedly took out his digital camera. After fiddling with it for a while, he found the photo he had taken at that time and carefully handed it to Ren Zhongyuan. Ren Zhongyuan took it and looked at it. He was stunned. Although this photo was not particularly clear, it was enough to distinguish the two protagonists in it. Who else could it be but Hui Yudi lying on it? Looking at the unrestrained positions of the two people in the photo, he watched helplessly as his goddess actually hooked up with a man. Ren Zhongyuan's whole heart was cold. In an instant, he was disheartened and even had the thought of dying. Yo, I didn't expect this Miss Hu to look so pure. I didn't expect her to be so open. What a pity. Xiao Yan, who was next to him, came over and took a look. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He had also coveted Hui Yudi for a long time. TSK, I have long said that she is a woman. Senior Brother Ren, you didn't believe me before. Now, seeing is believing. Yao Jili didn't miss the opportunity to gossip. Hui Yudi had always been high and mighty in front of them, a goddess who didn't eat the food of mortals. Now, she was finally beaten back to her original form. She was just a shameless slut. Slut. Ren Zhongyuan was so angry that smoke came out his head. He gritted his teeth and looked at the adulterous couple, Lin Yi and Hui Yudi. At this moment, there were only 2 things in his mind. Kill Lin Yi, and then kill Hui Yudi the bitch. It was a pity that this was the territory of West Island, and it was also the side courtyard of the Summer Palace under the watchful eyes of the public. No matter how angry Ren Zhongyuan was, he could only hold it back first. Otherwise, if he moved a little, he would be the first to be unlucky. Don't worry, Brother Ren. You don't have to kill to vent your anger. I have a way to embarrass this adulterous couple in front of everyone, so that you can vent your anger. Liu Zhou rolled his eyes and suggested a plan. Do you really have a way? Although Ren Zhongyuan's eyes were still full of fire, he was still a little rational. Hearing this, he turned his head and looked at him. Liu Zhou nodded repeatedly and whispered in Liu Zhou's ear. Ren Zhongyuan nodded again and said with a face full of resentment, "Okay, I'll do as you say. Today, let everyone see the true colors of this adulterous couple, and then I'll find a chance to kill them." While they were talking, Ning Shangling had begun to announce the result in public. Although there was no suspense, she still had to go through the formalities. Everyone, after the cross-evaluation of a group of judges, I officially announced that the final winner of this West Island trial is Lin Yi from the North Island. There weren't any cheers or noises, but everyone looked at Lin Yi with envy, especially Kong Xiaoming's eyes that were filled with venom. Since he had won the West Island test, it was time to announce the more important show. According to the rules set at the previous birthday party, the winner of this West Island trial can become my daughter's future husband. Lin Yi, are you willing? Ning Shangling's eyes fell on Lin Yi, and there was a little imperceptible joy in her eyes. After all, he was the candidate she had been optimistic about for a long time. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a dragon among men. What was more, he had a relationship with her daughter, and the two could be said to be a match made in heaven. Lin Yi glanced at Ning Shuifei, who was so shy that her heart was in a mess for a moment. Answering this question meant that he would be married to Ning Shuifei from now on, which was too unfair to the other women who had been waiting for him. Be it in terms of feelings or bonds, any one of them was far above Ning Shuifei. In terms of status, they were the ones who should be at the top. He felt that he owed them far too much, and he wouldn't be able to repay this debt in a lifetime. However, it was an emergency, and it was impossible for Lin Yi to retreat at this time. Under the eyes of the public, he nodded solemnly and said, "I'm willing." Chapter 47-42. These three simple words made Ning Shuifei immersed in unparalleled shyness and joy. Although she had been thinking a lot these days, and although her heart belonged to Lin Yi, she also knew that this matter was actually too hasty. Therefore, she had been a little hesitant in her heart. She wasn't sure if she could really entrust the rest of her life to him. However, because of Lin Yi's serious injuries, this hesitance and uneasiness in the past half a month had been covered up. She didn't expect that things would take a turn today. Only then did Ning Shuifei realize that she was really going to settle down with Lin Yi. All of this happened too suddenly, so suddenly that she was caught unprepared. She didn't know how to react. But now, although Ning Shuifei still didn't know what the future would be, she already knew her feelings. Because when she heard these three words from Lin Yi, she was very relieved and happy. This was already enough. Hearing these three words from Lin Yi, Han Jingjing and Laner, who were crowding around him, suddenly felt a little sour in their hearts for some reason. This feeling was complicated and difficult to understand. They had never felt this way before. With their characters, they rarely worried about anything. Even when Lin Yi was seriously injured this time, they were only worried for a while at the beginning. Later on, when they found out that Lin Yi was fine, they quickly returned to their previous state. However, this time, they couldn't help but feel an indescribable bitterness in their hearts. It was as if their beloved things had been snatched away. Although they knew that Lin Yi wouldn't leave them because of this, they still felt an inexplicable sense of loss. However, the two of them wouldn't really be bothered by this matter. After all, the idea of letting Lin Yi become Ning Shuifei's future husband was instigated by the two of them at the beginning. In the future, they would eventually have such a day. It was just that their best friend, Ning Shuifei, had gotten ahead of them temporarily. Compared to Han Jingjing and Laner, Hui Yudi was really worried about her gains and losses. Looking at Lin Yi, she couldn't help but bite her lips. She didn't know how she should react at this moment. Should she congratulate Lin Yi? Or should she hold a grudge against this heartless man who doesn't know how to flirt? Hui Yudi couldn't help but feel a little regretful. She regretted coming out and staying in the trial with Lin Yi. Wouldn't that be great? Once they came out, Lin Yi would definitely marry Ning Shuefei. This was something that had been announced long ago, and Lin Yi had also told her personally. How could he have forgotten about such an important matter just now? At the side, Lu Ziyu sighed. She patted Hui Yuti's hand lightly. Hui Yuti was her precious disciple whom she had brought up since she was young. She wasn't even her biological daughter, but she was even closer to her biological daughter. How could she not know what Hui Yuti was thinking about? She originally thought that it would be nice if Lin Yi could become a couple with her precious disciple. Unfortunately, fate made fools of people. Now that Lin Yi had become Ning Shuefei's future husband, he definitely couldn't marry anyone else. Not only the people of West Island wouldn't agree, but even she, Lu Ziyu, wouldn't agree. Seeing that Lin Yi agreed in public, Ning Shangling was happy. She was about to officially decide on their marriage. However, before she spoke, two people suddenly stood out from the crowd and said loudly, "No." Everyone present was stunned at once, and they all looked at Li Yuzhou and son Baolu strangely. They even dared to interrupt Ning Shangling's words in public. These two people were out of their minds. Were they tired of living? Who said no? How dare they make trouble in our West Island? Come on, drag them out. Ning Shangling didn't need to speak. Yin Xinlan, who was next to her, immediately ordered with a gloomy face. For disciples of West Island with towering momentum suddenly appeared around the two people. They were not ordinary guards. Disciples who could directly obey Yin Xinlan, the deputy island owner, were the elites of West Island. At least they had the cultivation of the mysterious ascending period. With the strength of Li Yuzhou and son Baolu, they had no power to resist at all. The two people were so scared that they wet their pants on the spot. If they were really dragged out, they would be half disabled even if they didn't die. They hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Lin, he has a big problem with his character. He doesn't deserve to be West Island's son-in-law." As soon as these words came out, all the people present were in an uproar. Lin Yi himself looked inexplicable. He squinted at Li Yuzhou and son Baolu, but he had no impression of these two guys. But when he saw them standing next to Ren Zhongyuan's group, he seemed to be thinking about something. Oh, Ning Shangling didn't feel offended. She stopped the four guards of West Island with a look, and then her eyes fell on the two people, signaling them to continue talking. It was related to Ning Shuefei's marriage, and there was no room for carelessness. Although Ning Shangling was quite satisfied with Lin Yi, if he really had a big problem with his character as these two people said, then she had to reconsider. Although Ning Shangling's eyes were still calm and gentle at the moment, and other people present didn't feel anything strange, Li Yuzhou and son Baolu suddenly felt a lot of pressure. The majesty and overbearing hidden in her eyes couldn't be felt by outsiders. There was no pressure in her eyes, but the two people involuntarily knelt down. They couldn't help it. Their knees didn't listen to them. In the previous trial, we saw with our own eyes that Lin Yi and Hui Yuti had sex in broad daylight. To be able to do such an immoral thing, it can be seen how bad this kid's character is. How can such a person be the prince consort of the West Island? Son Baolu couldn't bear the huge pressure and quickly said, Yes, we have evidence. You can see it for yourselves. Li Yuzhou said as he took out the camera and showed it to everyone present openly. In an instant, the whole scene was in an uproar. There were always busybodies everywhere. After seeing such a hot photo, they all started to whistle at Lin Yi and Hui Yuti. All kinds of unpleasant comments came one after another. The side courtyard of the Island Master's Palace became a low-class bar, full of obscene words. Ning Shangling, who had always been graceful and generous, at this moment, her face completely darkened. Even though she was far away, with her strength, she could naturally see clearly at a glance. The two people in the photo were none other than Lin Yi and Hui Yuti. Although Ning Shangling had already asked people to carefully investigate Lin Yi and knew that he had many lovers, not only Shanghai Laner and Han Jingjing were related to him, but also in other places, even in places like Middle Island and East Continent. There is no doubt that this was a man who was overflowing with love affairs. Chapter 47-43. But according to the rules passed down by the ancestors of West Island, if Lin Yi became Ning Shuifei's husband, he could only be with Ning Shuifei in name for the rest of his life, and couldn't have other women. After all, this was a society of women's rights. As the successor of West Island, Ning Shuifei naturally had to set an example for the people of West Island. However, rules were dead, but people were alive. Ning Shangling knew very well that if they clung to these rules, then West Island would never be able to recruit an extraordinary genius like Lin Yi. If they secluded themselves, they would only get weaker and weaker, and the gap between them and other Heaven Stage islands would get bigger and bigger. In the end, they could only sink into oblivion forever. In fact, Ning Shangling had a lot of ways to circumvent this so-called ancestral rule, but there was an important prerequisite. Before these things were properly handled, they couldn't be brought up in public and had to be done in private. But now, Li Yuzhou and son Baolu suddenly jumped out at this time and casually let everyone present see the photos. This immediately messed up Ning Shangling's plan, and it was hard to get off the tiger. And at this moment, Lu Ziyu's face was also very ugly. She could accept the relationship between Lin Yi and Hui Yudi in private, but to be exposed in public like this, that was a disgrace to the whole East continent. Lu Ziyu suddenly flew into a rage out of humiliation. Although she secretly hated Hui Yudi for not having self-respect, she hated Li Yuzhou and son Baolu the most at this time. These two busybodies with ulterior motives. By doing this, not only did they disgrace her and East Continent, but more importantly, they damaged Hui Yudi's reputation, which was the most important thing for a girl. After noticing Lu Ziyu's fierce gaze, Li Yuzhou and son Baolu couldn't help but be frightened. He had already knelt down because of Ning Shangling's gaze. This time, he couldn't even kneel steadily. His whole body was almost lying on the ground. His whole body was trembling like a sieve, and he couldn't stop trembling. Even if Lu Ziyu couldn't kill them in public in this public place, don't forget that they were going back to East Continent on the treasure ship together. At that time, the Vice Dean of Morning Pride Academy could casually think of something. It could kill the two of them without making a sound. Only then did the two of them feel extremely regretful. They wished they could slap themselves until they fainted. Fuck! Why did they come up with such a stupid idea in a moment of hot-headedness? This was simply courting death. However, now that things had come to this, it was useless no matter how much they regretted it. Faced with the hostile gazes of Ning Shangling, Lu Ziyu, and Yin Xinlan, they could only brace themselves and continue speaking. In this West Island trial, everyone knew that it was related to the marriage of the princess of West Island. However, Lin Yi did something improper with Hui Yudi in the trial. He clearly didn't put everyone in West Island in his eyes. Li Yuzhou hurriedly shifted his hatred. Yes, this kind of person is morally inferior. He doesn't even take such an important trial seriously. Instead, he impairs public morals and plays with other women in broad daylight. How can this kind of person entrust the princess of West Island to him? Son Baolu echoed. Those who were watching a good show didn't mind the matter getting bigger. The others also started to make a ruckus. Hui Yudi's face turned pale when she heard that. She became anxious instantly. She broke away from Lu Ziyu's hand and was ready to stand up and tell the truth. However, Lin Yi stood up one step ahead of her. He didn't want Hui Yudi to clarify. Although there was nothing between them, even if Hui Yudi told the truth, he couldn't escape the fact that he was lying under her skirt to treat the poison. If it was spread out, it would still cause irreparable damage to her reputation. Is it interesting to say this? Can this photo be used as evidence against us? Lin Yi said slowly and calmly. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. When this happened, everyone thought that Lin Yi would fly into a rage out of shame, but they didn't expect this guy to act like nothing had happened. It seemed that this had nothing to do with him at all. Could it be that it was fake? Isn't this the evidence? Everyone has seen it. This is the real and irrefutable evidence. Do you still want to quibble? Li Yuzhou hurriedly insisted. Irrefutable evidence? You think a random photo can be used as irrefutable evidence? Ignorance isn't your fault, but treating us as fools like you is really not right. Lin Yi curled his lips disapprovingly. Ignorance? How are we ignorant? Liu Yuzhou and son Baolu couldn't help but look at each other. The rest of the people revealed expressions of confusion. In any case, they didn't dare to join in the commotion at this time. Otherwise, they would really be treated as brainless fools. Wouldn't it make them clowns that would be laughed at by others? Seeing that Lin Yi had grasped the rhythm of everyone present with just a few sentences, and that a crisis that was about to get out of hand was actually so easily controlled by him, Ning Shangling, who had a gloomy expression, couldn't help but slightly curve up the corners of her mouth. It seems that Lin Yi is not only superior in strength, but he is also well-versed in the way of dealing with people. He is far from being comparable to other young people of the same generation. He is really extraordinary. I came from the secular world. The mobile phones and cameras in the secular world now have Photoshop functions. It is very simple to put two people together. How can this be used as evidence? How dare you take it out to fool people on such a solemn occasion where so many sages gather? Lin Yi sneered and looked at the two of them like he was looking at idiots. This kind of retarded trick can only fool some brainless people. If you want to fool me from the secular world, you are simply asking to be humiliated. Yeah, big bro Lin's right. If you two want to, Jing can even Photoshop the two of you together. Do whatever you want, whatever position you want. Even if it's Photoshopped, you guys don't want it. Han Jingjing said in support of Lin Yi. Her words made everyone burst into laughter. Although they didn't understand some of the secular words, they were smart people with flexible brains. It didn't prevent them from understanding the meaning. At this time, the gazes that they looked at Liu Yuzhou and son Baolu became evil. The two of them were so embarrassed that their old faces turned red. Do you have evidence to prove that this photo is real? Ning Shangling immediately asked. The answer was obvious. Liu Yuzhou and son Baolu were genuine natives of Heaven Stage Island. It was already amazing that they could use a camera. They thought that a photo was irrefutable evidence. How could they have thought that there was such a thing? The two of them were completely illiterate in technology. If they could explain this clearly in public, pigs could fly in the sky. Chapter 47-44. They had slandered Hui Yudi and Lin Yi in public. The former was Lu Ziyu's precious disciple, while the latter was Ning Shuifei's fiancé. Once they were convicted, the consequences could be imagined. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would definitely be punished. They might not even be able to return to the East Continent. Seeing that the matter was about to be settled, Kong Ming suddenly jumped out and said excitedly, "Whether the photos are real or not, I have the right to speak. I'm also from the secular world. As long as you bring the camera over and let me see if it has the Photoshop function, the truth will be revealed." For a moment, everyone revealed expressions of watching a good show. Kong Ming's intention was obvious. As long as he could bring down Lin Yi, then, based on the results of this trial, he would undoubtedly be the biggest beneficiary. That was why he was so proactive. With such a sudden change in the situation, Lin Yi immediately knew that things were not going well. Of course, he knew that the photos of the two people were not photoshopped, especially since the other party's camera was a single-lens reflex. It did not have the so-called Photoshop function. He had said that just now purely to fool these two fools. It was obviously impossible to fool Kong Ming, a person from the secular world. As expected, Kong Ming took the camera and looked at it, then began to speak with fervor and assurance. He laid out all kinds of facts and reasoning to the people present in a professional and thorough manner. In fact, he had already seen through it. Otherwise, he would not have jumped out so easily. It was a pity that the people present were all natives of the Heavenly Stage Island. No matter how talented they were, no matter how wise and far-sighted they were, they had no scientific knowledge. Although Kong Ming said a few seemingly profound professional terms from time to time, it did not help in explaining the matter at all. Instead, it made people even more confused. They looked at each other and shook their heads in confusion. Kong Xiaoming was a dabbler himself, and it wasn't easy for him to explain the situation with just his mouth, especially with Lin Yi's random interruption in the middle. He had to rack his brain for a long time, and even after talking for a long time until his mouth was dry, he still couldn't convince anyone. The final result was that the crowd wasn't completely one-sided and remained skeptical. Although it still caused a lot of trouble for Lin Yi, he didn't manage to take down Lin Yi as he wished. The result could only be considered passable. What was supposed to be the closing ceremony of the trial had been turned into a science and technology debate. The development of the situation was really unexpected. Ning Shangling really didn't know what to say. Ning Shangling wanted to end this farce, but she couldn't help but worry about Lin Yi and Hui Yuti's reputation. If she abruptly stopped it, people would definitely gossip about her. No matter how she tried to explain or salvage the situation, it would be useless. Therefore, everyone, including Ning Shangling, could only continue to listen patiently. The wrangling would only end when they could come to a conclusion that everyone was convinced of. All of this. Hui Yuti was also confused, but she already understood Lin Yi's intentions. She couldn't help but secretly sigh in relief. Since she didn't need to say this somewhat awkward truth, it naturally couldn't be any better. That was naturally for the best. Seeing that everyone was getting a little impatient, and that Kong Ming's explanation was becoming more and more useless, Hui Yuti didn't miss the opportunity to stand out. She said with an indifferent expression, "Island Lord Ning, don't listen to that idiot's nonsense. Don't listen to that guy's bullshit. He was the one who injured Lin Yi during the test. He has a huge grudge against us. Therefore, he's thinking of ways to maliciously slander us. His intentions are deserving of death." Oh, he was the one who injured Lin Yi? Ning Shangling's bright and beautiful eyes immediately narrowed slightly. Even if Hui Yuti didn't explain in detail, with her intelligence, she could roughly deduce what had happened based on the information she had obtained and the reactions of the two of them. Lin Yi and Kong Ming had most likely fought over the Thunder Xian vine. The result was obvious that both sides were injured. Although both of them had obtained a Thunder Xian vine, Ning Shangling was clearly on Lin Yi's side. Kong Ming was a shameless person who didn't abide by the rules. He really deserved to die. In that case, what he said was all false. No wonder he couldn't explain himself after talking for so long. Lu Ziyu said as she stared at Kong Ming with an unfriendly expression. She naturally had to help her disciple when there was an opportunity like this. That's right. Actually, there's no need for this matter to be so complicated. Disciple's chastity mark is still here, and that's the most convincing evidence. That idiot said so much nonsense just to confuse everyone's attention and fish in troubled waters. He's a despicable person, harboring malicious intentions. Hui Yuti said with a cold snort. Is what you said true? Lu Ziyu was overjoyed when she heard that. She looked at Ning Shangling, and the two of them immediately asked Hui Yuti to roll up her sleeves. The chastity mark on her arm was intact. Then, everyone finally had no more doubts. Different from the perjury of the photos, the chastity mark was the real evidence, which proved that Hui Yuti had not lost her virginity at all. As for having an affair with Lin Yi in broad daylight, that was naturally a lie. Ning Shangling's dignified gaze swept across the whole place and finally fell on Kong Ming. She said calmly, "What's your name? Kong Kaizi, right? Let me tell you, it's a felony to falsely accuse others in West Island. The severity of the punishment is beyond ordinary people's imagination. Do you still want to continue to argue?" This, Kong Ming was speechless at once. Damn it, what kind of name is this? When did I become Kong Kaizi? But now he also realized that if he continued to talk, not only would it be a waste of his saliva, he might even get into trouble. So, he could only choose to shut up resentfully. When Kong Ming saw that the situation was not good, he could withdraw himself, but as the initiators Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu, it was really hard for them to back down now. If it was a false accusation, Kong Ming was at most joining in the fun, while the two of them were the real initiators. As for the two of you, considering that you're disciples of East State College, it's not convenient for me to punish you. Just leave it to Deputy Dean Liu to deal with. Don't spoil everyone's fun, Ning Shangling said lightly. Okay. Lu Ziyu nodded, glanced at the two of them coldly, and said on the spot, "I'll deal with you properly when we go back." His words made Li Yujo and Sun Baolu's hair stand on end. It's over. It's really over this time. This time, the crime of false accusation was completely proven, and they even fell into the hands of the other party's master. Could they still have a good ending? Chapter 47-45. At this time, no one would care about these two poor guys. Things are finally back on track. Ning Shangling said loudly in public, "Now, as the owner of West Island, I solemnly announce that Lin Yi, the disciple of North Island, is the fiancé of my daughter, Ning Shuifei." All the people present applauded. Now that they had seen the fun, of course, they had to give face to the host. They couldn't let the atmosphere be awkward. Besides, many of them had seen Lin Yi's strength, so they were sincerely convinced by Lin Yi. Lin Yi, from today on, you have to remember that you are not only the disciple of the 3 pavilions of North Island, but also a member of West Island. In the future, every move you make outside should be based on the overall interests of West Island. Remember, Ning Shangling admonished him in public, and then changed her tone. Of course, if someone or something offends you, you don't have to swallow it. Although we are all women in West Island, we are never afraid of trouble. I and the whole West Island will be your strongest support. Hearing this, everyone present was envious, jealous, and hateful, and Lin Yi himself couldn't help feeling excited. Until this moment, he suddenly had a hindsight. There was the will of heaven in Middle Island, Shanghai Tianhua in North Island, Ning Shangling in West Island, and the Ghost Thing, the former Azure Dragon of the Spirit Beast clan. Unconsciously, he had gathered such a powerful alliance around him. If such a super powerful lineup could be mobilized, it would be enough to fight an unprecedented battle in Heaven Stage Island. Not to mention Dongzhou, at least in other places, they would absolutely be invincible. As you say, island owner. Lin Yi immediately nodded and said in a deep voice, "Very well, you and Fei Fei are still young, and it's not the time for you to get married. But according to the rules passed down by the ancestors of West Island, I will arrange for you to study in Dongzhou College at the same time. First, you can see the world. Second, improve your strength. And third, cultivate your relationship. I hope that after you finish your studies and come back, you can complement each other, take responsibility, and protect West Island together." Ning Shangling said. This, Lin Yi couldn't help muttering in his heart when he heard that. Wouldn't this mess up his own arrangement? From then on, he would be completely tied to West Island and wouldn't even have the chance to act freely. Ning Shangling could tell that Lin Yi was worried. He smiled and didn't say anything. After a few more words of encouragement, he officially ended the trial of West Island, which was full of twists and turns. Everyone left one after another. Except for the West Island guards who were stationed here, only Lin Yi and the others were left in the side courtyard. Lin Yi's mind is full of worries. Ning Shuifei blushes and doesn't dare to look up at him, while Han Jingjing and Shangwan Laner's eyes are moving back and forth on their faces. It wasn't easy for us to have such a happy ending. You should at least say something to celebrate. Why aren't you saying anything? Han Jingjing asked curiously. Yes, now that you become the fiancé of Junior Brother, I'm here to interview Fei Fei. Do you have any acceptance speech? Shangwan Laner took a roll of paper out of nowhere and handed it to Ning Shuifei as a microphone. This girl has been with Han Jingjing for more than half a month, so she's more and more familiar with the things of the secular world. What kind of award is this? Lin Yi suddenly laughed when he heard that. Although he was a little overwhelmed by the sudden addition of Ning Shuifei as his fiancée, after all, it was something that they had discussed long ago. Besides, they weren't officially married, so he didn't really feel uncomfortable about it. He just felt it was fresh. Lana only knows how to be funny. Ning Shuifei also chuckled. After all, she is a little girl with a simple mind. She just saw that Lin Yi didn't say anything and thought that he regretted it. So she was nervous. But now looking at Lin Yi's expression, she knew that she obviously thought too much. After such a scene, the awkward atmosphere finally returned to normal. Lin Yi in the three women state was the same as before. There wasn't much change. If anything, It was just that his relationship with Ning Shuifei had become a little closer. Linny, what were you thinking about just now? Were you thinking about Sister Hua? Ning Shuifei rolled her eyes and suddenly suggested, "Oh yeah, we haven't thanked Sister Hua yet. Let's go to her now, okay?" Okay. Han Jingjing and Shangwan Laner nodded repeatedly. Hui Yudi was Lin Yi's great benefactor, so she was their great benefactor. Moreover, in their hearts, Hui Yudi was already a sister. Of course, they had to play together. Hearing this, Lin Yi smiled. Although the three women were all simple girls, relatively speaking, Ning Shuifei was more thoughtful. She must have noticed that Hui Yudi was a little sad just now. So she wanted to take the opportunity to comfort her, right? This is not urgent. Fei, let's go to see your mother first. I have something to ask her, Lin Yi said. What's the matter? Hearing this, Ning Shuifei was stunned, and then her pretty face suddenly turned red. She said weakly, "You don't want to ask when we will get married, do you?" Puff. Lin Yi almost choked. They just confirmed their status, and she was already thinking about getting married? What was going on in this girl's head? Did he look like he couldn't wait? No, I have other things to discuss with your mother. Fei, it's not realistic for me to stay in West Island all the time. I still have a lot of things to do, Lin Yi said helplessly. Oh, hearing the mischievous laughter of Han Jingjing and Shangwan Laner, Ning Shuifei suddenly blushed. After a while, she explained, "Actually, even if you do that with me, you don't have to stay in West Island all the time, really?" Lin Yi's eyes lit up. "Really, my father doesn't stay in West Island all the time, so you can also move freely," Ning Shuifei said. "That's great." Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, "By the way, I've never heard you talk about your father. Isn't he in West Island now?" "No, a few years ago, he left with two powerful figures to protect the peace of Heaven Stage Island, and there's no news from him until now." Speaking of this, Ning Shuifei couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, but she wasn't too worried. After all, her father was also a powerful figure. Even if there was no news from him, there wouldn't be an irreversible accident. He left with two powerful figures. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully and didn't continue to ask more questions. He still suggested, "Let's go to see your mother. I want to ask her about going to Dongzhou College." "Oh, okay." Ning Shuifei didn't mind. She immediately led Lin Yi to find Ning Shangling. Along the way, they directly came to Ning Shangling's study without any notice. Chapter 47-46. Although Han Jingjing and Shanghai Laner were also together, they didn't go in to join the fun. Instead, they stayed outside to eat snacks. Women all like delicate and delicious snacks. In West Island, which was like a country of women, there were all kinds of snacks. The first thing they did when they got up every day was to eat snacks. "You're here." Ning Shangling was dealing with some things in the study at this time. When she saw Lin Yi and Ning Shuifei come in, she just raised her head and motioned them to find a place to sit down. It seemed that she didn't treat Lin Yi, her prospective son-in-law, as an outsider. Lin Yi didn't speak directly. He and Ning Shuifei looked at each other and sat down. When Ning Shangling finished dealing with the things at hand, he cleared his throat and said, "Island owner, call me Aunt Ning for the time being. We'll be a family in the future. It's too distant to call me Island owner." Ning Shangling smiled gently. Of course, after they got married, she would have to call her mother-in-law. "Okay, Aunt Ning." Lin Yi didn't hesitate and immediately changed the way he addressed her. Ning Shangling smiled kindly. Not only was Ning Shuifei happy that Lin Yi could win the trial without any mishap, but she was also sincerely happy for her daughter as a mother. "Aunt Ning, I have a request, and I hope you can agree," Lin Yi said after thinking for a while. "Oh, just say it," Ning Shangling said. "You just said that according to the rules of West Island, you will send me and Fei to East Continent College for further study?" Lin Yi said, "Yes, I want to talk to you about this. Except for a few colleges with extremely strict rules, you can choose all the other colleges in East Continent. Do you have any ideas?" Ning Shangling asked. "Aunt Ning, in fact, I don't want to go to East Continent for further study for the time being. It's not the right time for me to go to East Continent College. Going to East Continent College is likely to limit my development. What I need most now is to go everywhere to practice, not to find a safe place for further study. I hope you can understand this, Aunt Ning. Lin Yi said earnestly. Oh. Ning Shangling's eyes slightly narrowed. He looked Lin Yi up and down, noticing that the aura around him wasn't dispersing at all, unlike the other young prodigies. Lin Yi nodded in approval. You're right. With your current situation, it'll be hard for you to stay in the East Continent School. It's a waste of time. Although East Continent College was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, in Ning Shangling's opinion, this so-called competition might not bring much pressure to Lin Yi. When the environment became too comfortable, even the most spirited young people would gradually become depressed. And eventually, that Lin is Yi. Lin said, Fine, if that's the case, I'll put the matter of you going to the East Continent College aside for now. However, I have a condition. You have to send Fei Fei to the East Continent first. At least from the looks of it. You'll be accompanying her. Lin Ti, I said, and I Zhou Lin Shi's you. Ning Shuifei was different from Lin Yi. Her unwillingness to cultivate was comparable to Shangwan Laner's. She only had the strength of the elixir realm. As the future successor of West Island, it was obviously not enough. Ning Shangling had long wanted to send her to the East Continent Academy for further studies, but she had always found all sorts of excuses to refuse. But this time, Ning Shuifei could not escape. Lin Yi could cultivate on his own, but she had to stay in East Continent College. There was no room for negotiation. Ning Shuifei pursed her lips. Just as he was about to speak, he was choked back by Ning Shangling's glare. He knew his own affairs, so he could only shut his mouth resentfully. Thank you, Aunt Ning. Lin Yi immediately agreed. Going to the East Continent Academy for further studies was the rule of West Island. He thought it would not be so easy to change it. He did not expect Ning Shangling to agree so easily. It could be seen that his mother-in-law was flexible. This was good news for Lin Yi. Otherwise, if Ning Shangling was really a stubborn old dogma with her identity and status, she might cause a lot of trouble in the future. He did not expect her to be so easygoing. It seemed that his life in West Island would not be too difficult. It's up to you to decide. There's no need to thank me. Ning Shangling smiled, not minding it. She suddenly changed the topic. Lin Yi, how did you and Wei Yudi get out? Can you tell Aunt Ning the truth? Of course, if it's inconvenient, no one will force you. It's just about the transmission mechanism of West Island's trial, so I think it's necessary to figure it out. Before, Lin Yi's excuse that a master of the mysterious ascending stage sent them out was at most to deceive outsiders who did not know the inside story. Obviously, it could not fool the high-level officials of West Island like Ning Shangling. If a master of the mysterious ascending stage could really start the transmission formation, they should have found it hundreds of years ago. This was simply impossible. Aunt Ning is wise. To tell you the truth, I actually got out with my own true chi this time. Lin Yi said frankly, there was nothing to hide about this kind of thing. It was not convenient to speak frankly in front of outsiders. But now with the relationship between Ning Shangling and himself, of course, she could not be regarded as an outsider. Oh, Ning Shangling was slightly surprised. She thought that Lin Yi and Hui Yudi found some loopholes in the transmission formation, but she did not expect the answer to be so simple. The power of my martial arts skills has long been comparable to that of a master of the mysterious ascending stage, and I'm in the Yuanying stage. I took advantage of the loophole of the transmission formation, so I could get out smoothly. Lin Yi explained in full detail. No wonder, with your current realm, you can be comparable to a master of the mysterious ascending stage. This is really unheard of and unseen. Ning Shangling was surprised, and suddenly she couldn't help but feel like she had picked up a treasure. This time, she could get a prospective son-in-law like Lin Yi, who had incredible means, which was probably the most gratifying gain for her in West Island in these years. In fact, because Ning Shuifei had always disliked cultivation, Ning Shangling had a lot of headaches because of this in recent years. In terms of talent and aptitude, Ning Shuefei was actually a rare genius in the world. After all, her parents had strong genes, so she was not weak even if she wanted to. However, if she didn't work hard to cultivate, what was the use of having good talent and aptitude? All of Ning Shuefei's interests were in all kinds of research and inventions. Unfortunately, this was a small way that could not be learned in the Heaven Stage Island. If she wanted to take over West Island, she had to rely on her own strength. If her own strength was not enough, even if Ning Shangling could help her to get the position of the island owner would not be stable. Of course, Ning Shangling would try her best to improve her strength, but this was by no means a matter of a day and a night. But now with a strong support like Lin Yi, the pressure on Ning Shuefei was not as great as before. Husband and wife were one. As long as Lin Yi's strength could shock everyone, Ning Shuefei could naturally be as stable as Mount Tai. Chapter 47:47. Aunt Ning, you flatter me. Huh? Lin Yi smiled faintly. Ning Shangling asked Lin Yi to stay and talk for a while, mostly with gentle words of encouragement to improve their relationship. Finally, they had dinner together before she let Lin Yi leave, and she specially arranged a new residence for Lin Yi. After all, from today on, Lin Yi was Ning Shuefei's legitimate fiancée, and it was inappropriate for him to live in the envoy's residence in West Island. Ning Shangling specially allowed him to live in the island master's temporary imperial residence, which was next to Ning Shuefei's yard and only a few steps away from Han Jingjing's and Shanghai Laner's rooms, which was convenient for them to get together. For the next few days, Lin Yi had nothing else to do. He hung out with Ning Shuefei, Han Jingjing, and Shanghai Laner all day long. He had no choice. After the trial, the three women were very clingy to him. It was impossible for Lin Yi to cultivate alone, so he could only take time to accompany the three of them as compensation for making them worry before. At the same time, in a small courtyard not far away from the island master's temporary imperial residence, Hui Yudi paid no attention to what was going on outside. Every day, she stayed indoors and immersed herself in cultivation. Lu Ziyu saw all this, and her heart ached. As the saying goes, no one knows a daughter better than a mother. What Hui Yudi was thinking, as a master who was not a mother, but more like a mother, she knew clearly. Her precious disciple was lovesick. Dyer, don't cultivate in the house. Go out and get some fresh air, Lu Ziyu advised softly. No need, master. I've been neglected for so long in the trial of West Island. I want to make up for it. Hui Yudi shook her head and said, more haste, less speed. Besides, you've reached a bottleneck now. It's useless to cultivate blindly. It's important to adjust your state of mind. Lu Ziyu looked at Hui Yudi's sullen look and couldn't help feeling distressed. So she said, aren't you very interested in things in the secular world? Han Jingjing came from the secular world. Go and play with them. Hui Yudi couldn't help but be stunned. It was only when she saw the playful smile on her master's face that she came to a realization. She nodded shyly and ran out of the room. Looking at Hui Yudi's back view, which had clearly become excited once again, Lu Ziyu sighed slightly, thinking to himself that fate was really making fools of people. The heavens had clearly brought the two of them together, but now they had mercilessly sentenced Lin Yi to Ning Shuefei. How cruel was this to Dyer? Actually, from the bottom of his heart, Lu Ziyu did not want Hui Yudi and Lin Yi to have any more contact. After all, Lin Yi was already West Island's Fuma, and this was an unchangeable fact. Lin Yi's strength was outstanding. It was far beyond Lu Ziyu's expectations. Especially when she found out from Hui Yudi how they came out of the trial ground, she subconsciously felt that she was a celestial being. A mere middle-stage, nascent soul cultivator could be compared to an expert of the profound ascension stage. How exaggerated, how nature-defying. Hui Yudi originally wanted to keep this matter a secret, but she didn't know why. When Lu Ziyu asked, she couldn't help but say it. In short, she just wanted to show how powerful Lin Yi was in front of her master. Anyway, her master wouldn't spread it out. In fact, looking at Lu Ziyu's shocked expression after hearing it, she really felt satisfied, and her face was full of pride. It was just that Lin Yi didn't belong to her anymore. Although it was a pity, there was no other way. Lu Ziyu originally thought that after the matter between Lin Yi and Ning Xuefei was settled, Hui Yudi could give up on Lin Yi with peace of mind. She didn't expect it to become like this. Looking at Hui Yudi's abnormal behavior these few days, how could she have the intention to let go? As someone with experience, Lu Ziyu clearly knew that if this matter couldn't be resolved properly, it might become a mental calamity that her precious disciple couldn't overcome. Perhaps from then on, it would become a mental tribulation that his precious disciple couldn't overcome. It might seem fine at normal times, but once it came to a critical moment like a breakthrough, it would become a fatal flaw. Therefore, since Hui Yudi and Lin Yi couldn't be together, then there had to be a thorough end between them. Only by saying it out clearly could this matter come to an end. Otherwise, if she kept it in her heart for no reason, not to mention breaking through to the next level, it was very likely that she would go berserk, and then it would be too late for regrets. While Lu Ziyu was frowning, she didn't know that Hui Yudi herself was in high spirits at this moment. She had completely misunderstood the meaning, thinking that Lu Ziyu was encouraging her to be together with Lin Yi. If Lu Ziyu knew her precious disciple's thoughts, she really didn't know how she would react. Maybe she would directly cry until she fainted in the toilet. No matter what, they were the morning prodigies, the high and mighty goddesses in the eyes of countless East Continent Academy disciples. Who would rush her to their doorstep like this? Arriving at Ning Xuefei's courtyard, Hui Yudi couldn't help but feel both excited and apprehensive as she listened to the cheerful laughter of Lin Yi and the others. Being able to see Lin Yi again after so many days made her happy, but how should she face Ning Xuefei and the others? They were all Lin Yi's confidants. Although she didn't think in this direction at the start, at this moment, she couldn't help but think about what she should do after seeing Ning Xuefei and the others. As the proud daughter of East Continent Academy, at this moment, she was actually feeling guilty and apprehensive, like a concubine meeting her mistress. The matter clearly hadn't even taken shape yet. If Lin Yi were to find out about this, he would really be drunk. Sister Hua, why are you so late? At this time, Ning Xuefei's surprised voice came from the courtyard. Unlike the others, because of Ning Shangling and Lu Ziyu, she had known Hui Yudi for a long time. It was just that West Island and East Continent were too far apart, so they rarely had the opportunity to meet. In an instant, the eyes of Lin Yi, Shangwan Laner, Han Jingjing, and the others all fell on Hui Yudi. Hui Yudi was so shy that she didn't dare to move. I just came out to take a walk and get some fresh air. Hui Yudi quickly made up an excuse. She didn't dare to say that she actually came for Lin Yi. That would be too embarrassing. Come out to get some fresh air? Ning Xuefei and the others looked at each other and smiled. Her courtyard was far away from here. How could she come here just by taking a walk? They didn't expose her, but immediately ran over to hold her hand and said, "Since you're here, play with us. We've been waiting for you for a few days. Aunt Lu said that you were busy cultivating in seclusion, so we didn't dare to disturb you." Yeah, Jingjing has been looking forward to sister who's coming. Now we have one more good sister. Hee hee. Han Jingjing smiled sweetly. Chapter 47-48. I'm not. Hui Yudi blushed at his words and quickly shook her head to deny it. What are you talking about? Sister Hua, you're still wearing the secular clothes given by the little junior brother. It can be seen that you have acquiesced in it and made a happy decision, Shanghai Laner said with a teasing face. Hui Yudi just put on this set of denim sportswear today. Originally, she was happy in her heart, but now she suddenly choked. Why did I acquiesce in it? What did I acquiesce in? Laner, don't be complacent. You talk as if you have no part in it. Don't you want to be our sister? Ning Xuefei stood out to smooth things over, and her words made Shanghai Laner also choke. Together with Han Jingjing, she pulled Hui Yudi to Lin Yi. You're here. Lin Yi greeted her with a smile. Yes, I'm here. Hui Yudi blushed and didn't dare to look at Lin Yi. She didn't know why. When she saw Lin Yi a little closer this time, her heart pounded wildly as if it was about to jump out, making her breathless. Come and sit down. They were just talking about you and pester me to talk about the trial in West Island. I was in a coma and didn't know so much. Why don't you tell them about it? Lin, he naturally took Huiyuti's hand and let her sit next to him. Ah! Huiyuti suddenly screamed with an electric shock. Obviously, she didn't expect that Lin he would take her hand in front of Ning Shuefei and the others. She immediately lowered her head shyly. While her heart was beating wildly, she slowly felt sweet. Yes, Sister Hua, tell us about it. Ning Shuefei and the other two looked at each other and smiled, rushing to be the first. They crowded around Huiyuti with great interest. Huiyuti was quite flattered by this kind of friendly attitude, and the nervousness in her heart disappeared. She was just worried about how to get along with them, but now it seemed that she was simply overthinking things. Regardless of whether it was Ning Shuefei, Han Jingjing, or Shangwan Laner, they were all kind-hearted girls. The dirty things that she had thought of before, such as being ostracized and targeted, would never happen to them. Huiyuti couldn't help but feel a little ashamed in her heart. She had gauged the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. His worries disappeared. Huiyuti quickly became one with the girls. Although she was a little older than Ning Shuefei and the others, her personality was very simple. Getting along with her was naturally warm and happy. The friendship between young girls was sometimes very strange. In a short period of time, Huiyuti, Ning Shuefei, and the others seemed to have become best friends who regretted not having met earlier. The more they chatted, the more they got along. It was full of common topics. This time, it was Lin who felt bored. With this group of young girls, he was simply an outsider who couldn't get a word in. Of course, Lin was actually very pleased with this result. Although these girls were kind-hearted, they were actually very clever. Huiyuti didn't say anything, and they didn't say anything either. But everyone knew what they were thinking, but they didn't point it out in public. In the next few days, Huiyuti and the girls completely got along, and even moved in. The four girls directly opened a big bed in Ning Shuefei's room and slept together at night. Of course, Lin didn't have a share in it. Even if Ning Shuefei was his nominal fiancée, he couldn't enter the boudoir, not to mention that there were four of them here at once. As for the daytime, Ning Shuefei took Lin and the girls to wander around West Island, just like Lin took her to visit North Island. Basically, they went around all the famous places, and the local customs were completely different from other places. It really opened Lin Yi's eyes. However, in the process, there were often embarrassing things. Everywhere they went, they were always blocked. A group of people in West Island wanted to come and see Lin the future Fuma of West Island. This feeling of being surrounded like an animal really made Lin speechless, and he could only flee. In contrast, Ning Shuefei and Huiyuti, who were as beautiful as fairies, didn't care about them. If the four of them went out to the outer island, they would definitely enjoy the same treatment as Lin. Unfortunately, this was West Island, and the streets of West Island were full of women. Men couldn't come out casually. Huiyuti had fun with Lin and others, but Renjong Yuan on the other side didn't notice it at all. He thought that Huiyuti was still in closed-door training these days. Every day, he was thinking of finding an opportunity to please her, so as not to leave a bad impression on her because of the previous misunderstanding. Since he saw the virginity mark on Huiyuti's arm that day, like others, he completely regarded the photo as a fart. No matter how the two poor guys, Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu, begged for mercy, he didn't even need Lu Ziyu to do anything. He took the lead to beat them half to death, wanting to express his goodwill to Huiyuti, and at the same time, he rushed to delete the photo so as not to spread it and ruin the reputation of his sweetheart. But beating the two underlings was only his duty. Renjong Yuan also knew that it was impossible to get Huiyuti's forgiveness. He heard that Huiyuti was very interested in the mobile phones of the secular world, so he simply wanted to cater to her. It was a pity that although the Central Chamber of Commerce mainly sold all kinds of technological products, it rarely sold mobile phones, the most commonly used thing in the secular world. After all, there was no base station on Tianji Island, and mobile phones were purely a decoration. They couldn't run to the operator just to sell mobile phones on Tianji Island. If you wanted to buy a mobile phone, you could only specially order one. But Ren Zhongyuan wasn't Ning Xuefei. Although he had some background in East Continent College, it was a pity that the Central Chamber of Commerce of West Island wouldn't buy it. Ordering a mobile phone was purely wishful thinking. In desperation, Ren Zhongyuan wandered back and forth in the Central Chamber of Commerce for a long time, and finally had to give up the idea of buying a mobile phone. Instead, he took a fancy to a pair of walkie-talkies. In his opinion, this thing was also very awesome, and its functions were not too different from a mobile phone. He believed that Hui Yudi would definitely like it after seeing it. Gritting his teeth, Ren Zhongyuan tightened his belt and did not hesitate to spend a sky-high price to buy the walkie-talkies. He immediately rushed to find Hui Yudi, wanted to give his sweetheart a big surprise. But it wasn't so easy for him to see Hui Yudi. He lived in the envoy residence of West Island, but Hui Yudi lived in the temporary imperial residence of the island master because of the close relationship between Lu Ziyu and Ning Shangling. If there was no special reason, no outsider was allowed to step into the temporary imperial residence of the island master, let alone a man like Ren Zhongyuan. Chapter 47-49. Of course, this was also because Hui Yudi and the others live in a more remote area. Otherwise, if it was a core area like Ning Xuefei's residence, even a profound ascension expert at the peak of the nascent soul stage wouldn't be able to get half a step closer, let alone a mere peak nascent soul cultivator like him. After successfully sneaking into Hui Yudi's courtyard and avoiding the eyes and ears of some servants, Ren Zhongyuan quickly found Hui Yudi's room. He wasn't unfamiliar with this place. Previously, he had come here once under the pretext of visiting Lu Ziyu. Hui Yudi's room was the target of his dreams, and he often came here in his dreams. After slightly sorting out his excited feelings, Ren Zhongyuan directly pushed the door open and entered. In name, he wanted to give Hui Yudi a surprise, but in fact, what he was thinking more was that it would be best if he could take this opportunity to see some wonderful scenes that he usually couldn't see, such as bathing or changing clothes. As soon as the door opened, Ren Zhongyuan's head immediately poked in, his eyes darting around as he searched everywhere. His mind was filled with charming fantasies of Hui Yudi wearing thin clothes, but the person in front of him gave him a huge shock. Right now, the person sitting in the room wasn't Hui Yudi, but Lu Ziyu. Right now, Lu Ziyu was in the room studying the Thunder Xian vine, not because she coveted her disciples' things, but because for someone at her level, the Thunder Xian vine was already useless. Right now, she was studying this purely for Hui Yudi. After all, the Thunder Xian vine was the main material for refining the Thunder Xian pill, and its quality was very important. Moreover, whether it was mature or not directly affected the choice of other materials. Hui Yudi herself was muddle-headed, so these things could only be taken care of by her master, who was both a teacher and a mother. Hui Yudi had been staying with Ning Xuefei and the others for the past few days, so Lu Ziyu had never expected that someone would suddenly push open the door. Furthermore, the person who came was not Hui Yudi. In her shock, she did not even have the time to retract the Thunder Mystic vine on the table, and Ren Zhongyuan immediately saw it clearly. With Lu Ziyu's strength, it was originally impossible for Ren Zhongyuan to escape her perception, but this was the island master's temporary imperial residence. There was no need to go into details about the strict and thorough security. Normal people wouldn't think that someone would actually sneak in here. Moreover, out of the most basic respect for those old seniors of West Island, Lu Ziyu wouldn't easily use her divine sense here. Moreover, from time to time, there were servants walking in the courtyard's corridor. It was very normal to have footsteps. This caused Lu Ziyu to let her guard down. Who would have thought that someone actually dared to come in without knocking? Ren Zhongyuan was similarly shocked. He had secretly come to give Hui Yudi a surprise. Who knew that he would actually meet Lu Ziyu in this room? This feeling was like sneaking into your sweetheart's room, only to find out that it was your sweetheart's mother when you turn on the lights. In an instant, his heart turned cold, and he didn't feel good. However, Ren Zhongyuan didn't feel very awkward at this moment, because he saw the Thunder Mystic vine on the table. He never expected that Lu Ziyu would also have a Thunder Mystic Vine. Previously, when Ren Zhongyuan saw Lin Yi take out the Thunder Xianrat Tan, he was so envious that his eyeballs almost fell out. He was at the peak of the nascent soul realm, and he was the most eager person in the world to get the Thunder Xianrat Tan. If Lin Yi hadn't become the Fuma of West Island, Ren Zhongyuan and the others would never let go of this fat piece of meat. They would definitely try their best to get the Thunder Xuanwu in his hands. But now it was impossible. They would never dare to rob the things of West Island's Fuma in the territory of West Island, even if they had 10,000 guts. However, Hui Yudi also had a Thunder Profound Rattan. Could it be that Lin Yi had given it to her? Although Lu Ziyu was holding it, this was Hui Yudi's room, and the Thunder Xianrat Tan was useless to Lu Ziyu. Ren Zhongyuan immediately guessed the truth. He suddenly felt a surge of jealousy in his heart, and he faintly felt that there was something fishy about the photo of the Yuzhou and Sun Baolu. But now wasn't the time to look into this. The two parties were in a stalemate for a moment. Ren Zhongyuan suddenly rolled his eyes. Not only did he not retreat, but he also walked in and even closed the door behind him. You're still not going out? You're trespassing into someone else's room, and this is the temporary imperial residence of the island owner. Are you really not afraid of death? Lu Ziyu's eyes suddenly narrowed. If Hui Yudi saw Ren Zhongyuan's action, her heart would really tremble, and she might even think that he was beastly. Unfortunately, she was Lu Ziyu. Ren Zhongyuan, who was at the peak of the nascent soul realm, was just a slightly stronger ant in her eyes. Deputy Dean Liu, don't be angry first. If I'm not wrong, this should be the Thunder Xianrat Tan, right? Ren Zhongyuan asked despite knowing the answer. Why are you still asking when you already know? Lu Ziyu looked at him coldly. She had more or less heard of the relationship between Li Yuzhou and Ren Zhongyuan, so she had an extremely bad impression of this guy. She said expressionlessly, "Do you have something to say?" The Thunder Xian pill is a 7th grade medicinal pill, and only a 7th grade alchemist has the ability to refine it. But in our Eastern Continent's Golden Rank Academies, there are only a few 7th grade alchemists. Ren Zhongyuan deliberately paused and looked at the others' changing expression. I think Deputy Dean Liu should understand what I mean now, right? Lu Ziyu frowned when she heard this. This was the biggest matter on her mind for the past few days. Although the Thunder Xianrat Tan was good, if it couldn't be refined into a Thunder Xian pill, then it was completely useless. Originally, their Morning Pride Academy had a 7th grade alchemist overseeing it. But unfortunately, 2 years ago, an alchemy accident had occurred, and this 7th grade alchemist had suffered an extremely heavy backlash. Since then, he had been in seclusion to recuperate. Now, the highest grade alchemist overseeing the Morning Pride Academy was only 6th grade, so wanting to refine the Thunder Xian pill was not a small matter. But Ren Zhongyuan's father was Soaring Cloud Academy's chief alchemist, and his cultivation was 7th grade. This was the peak level of a golden rank alchemist, and he was only one step away from the legendary black rank alchemist. What you mean is, you can help me refine the pill. Lu Ziyu threw a glance at Ren Zhongyuan. A 7th grade alchemist was not so easy to invite. If they did not have a sufficient relationship, even with her status, it would be very difficult to invite a 7th grade alchemist. However, Ren Zhongyuan clearly had this ability. 7th grade medicinal pills are very difficult to refine, and the slightest carelessness will cause a backlash. Deputy Dean Liu, you should be very clear on this point. Ren Zhongyuan smiled and said in the tone of an expert, and according to what I know, among the 7th grade medicinal pills, the risk of refining the Thunder Xian pill is the highest. The Thunder Xian Rattan is naturally filled with thunder and lightning, and one mistake will cause the furnace to explode. The consequences are unthinkable, and ordinary 7th grade alchemists are not willing to accept this kind of life-threatening task. Hee. Chapter 4750. What are your conditions? Lu Ziyu asked in a low voice. She didn't think that the other party would unconditionally court her. Even if Ren Zhongyuan was willing, his father might not be willing. Vice Principal Liu, you also know that I've been in love with junior sister Yudi for a long time, and with our conditions, it could be said that we're a match made in heaven. Why don't you just help me out?" Ren Zhongyuan finally revealed his fox's tail. This. Lu Ziyu immediately fell into deep thought. Seeing the other party hesitate, Ren Zhongyuan's eyes turned, and he hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. According to the rules, any 7th grade alchemist who receives a request to refine pills only needs to pay 1 completed pill. If it's completely useless, then there's not a single pill. But with my father's methods, these Thunder Xian vines are enough to refine 4 Thunder Xian pills. And I can promise to give you 2 pills. This condition should be generous enough, right? This time, Lu Ziyu was instantly moved. Such a condition was not only generous, but it was basically the only one that could offer such a thing. Even if it was the 7th grade alchemist from her Morning Pride Academy, it would not be possible for him to guarantee that he would be able to give out 2 Thunder Profound pills. If it was not a close relative or close friend, no 7th grade alchemist would be able to offer such a condition. No matter how great the talent, no matter how great the potential, it was very difficult to guarantee success in breaking through to the profound ascension realm. Hui Yudi was no exception, but if she had 2 Thunder Xian pills in her hands with double insurance, then her confidence would be completely different. Seeing Lu Ziyu's expression, Ren Zhongyuan immediately smiled. The saying that money moves people's hearts was indeed successful. Even a big shot like the other party couldn't avoid it. As for the remaining 2 Thunder Xian pills, naturally Junior Sister Yudi and I will each have 1. Vice Principal Lu, what do you think? Ren Zhongyuan continued to tempt him without any hesitation. What? Lu Ziyu was immediately shocked, looking at Ren Zhongyuan in disbelief. You mean these 2 Thunder Xian pills of mine aren't considered to be for Yudi? Haha, that's only natural. As long as you agree to this matter, then Junior Sister Yudai will already be my dual cultivation companion. How could I trouble Vice Dean Lu with her medicinal pills? Ren Zhongyuan said with a laugh as he patted his chest in a rich and overbearing manner. Taking a deep look at Ren Zhongyuan, Lu Ziyu couldn't help but fall into silence. To be honest, after hearing these conditions, she was really tempted. After all, besides Ren Zhongyuan, who was the son of a 7th grade alchemist, no one else could offer such conditions. She couldn't help but be tempted. Otherwise, if she couldn't find someone to help her refine pills, no matter how precious the Thunder Xian vine was, it would not be of any use. Instead, if the dense electric arcs slowly dissipated, if it completely disappeared, it would lose its effect and become a pile of trash through and through. Because of this matter, Lu Ziyu couldn't eat or sleep for the next few days. She had even seriously considered whether she should put down her pride and ask Ning Shangling for help. With the huge power of West Island, of course, it was impossible that she couldn't find a 7th grade alchemist, and with the friendship between her and Ning Shangling, she shouldn't be rejected. However, after thinking about it carefully, this didn't seem very realistic because this was a matter of principle, and it wasn't something that could be swayed by mere personal feelings. As the owner of West Island, Ning Shangling could decide the fate of the entire West Island with one word, and this kind of small thing was nothing to her. But unless it was the last resort, she would never do it. Besides, there had never been such a precedent in West Island. If it was because he couldn't swallow his pride this time, Ning Shangling clenched her teeth and set a precedent. Then this matter would spread out. What if other friends also came to ask her for help? How should she respond at that time? Furthermore, if someone relied on their friendship to directly ask her for a ready-made Thunder Profound core, what should she do? Once human nature became greedy, it was like a bottomless pit. This kind of thing was not impossible. Lu Ziyu and Ning Shangling had never been friends based on interests, but real good friends. As a friend, of course, she couldn't put the other party in such an awkward situation because of her own selfishness. So, after thinking about it again and again, she could only give up the ready-made way in West Island. In this way, she had very few choices. Although she was the deputy dean of Morning Pride Academy, she, Lu Ziyu, had never been a person who had a wide circle of friends. The number of real friends she had could be counted on one hand, and it was even more impossible to find someone who could help her in this matter. After frowning and thinking for a long time, Lu Ziyu finally sighed and said ambiguously, "This is a big deal. I have to think about it carefully. I'll give you an answer in 2 days." Deputy Dean Liu, the opportunity doesn't come again. You have to think about it carefully. When Ren Zhongyuan heard this, he was instantly a little unwilling. He knew the principle that a long delay could cause trouble. It was best to settle this matter in one go, not giving Hui Yudi any chance or leeway to react, directly saying that it was impossible to disobey the master's orders and get married by imperial decree. Otherwise, if it dragged on for too long, there might be variables. Just as the other party had said, if she missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Lu Ziyu couldn't help but feel a little troubled. According to her thinking, this matter was definitely reliable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have considered it so seriously. According to Ren Zhongyuan's suggestion, 3 of the 4 Thunder Profound Cores would belong to the Master and Disciple. And with these 3 Thunder Profound Cores, it would be enough to guarantee Hui Yudi entering the Profound Ascension stage. This was a good thing that one could only dream of. Moreover, the conditions that Ren Zhongyuan had proposed were not too excessive. In Lu Ziyu's opinion, although Ren Zhongyuan's talent was far inferior to that of Lin Yi, he had won in that he had been infatuated with Dai for so many years. Coupled with his identity and background, he could be considered a rare good match. Even if he wasn't as attractive as Lin Yi, he was definitely not much worse. Moreover, no matter how good Lin Yi's conditions were, he was already the prospective son-in-law of West Island. Hui Yudi was destined to have no future with him, so she might as well take this opportunity to break things off. 2 days. I'll give you an accurate answer in 2 days. You could go back first. Lu Ziyu said in a calm tone. Although she was moved, she was a big boss after all, and it was impossible for her to be led by the nose by a small character like Ren Zhongyuan so easily. This matter was related to her precious disciple's lifelong happiness, so she definitely wouldn't make a decision so hastily. Chapter 4751. Seeing Ren Zhongyuan push open the door and leave, Lu Ziyu sat in the room and let out a long sigh. She was secretly thinking about how she should tell Hui Yudi about this matter. She naturally understood her disciple's thoughts, but whether it was out of sentiment or reason, she had to agree to this matter. She mustn't waste time on it. After 2 hours, the sky outside had already darkened. Hui Yudi came back, humming a little tune. She pushed open the door and entered happily. In the end, she saw Lu Ziyu sitting in the room the moment she raised her head. "Master, you were waiting for me?" Hui Yudi was slightly stunned. Then, she excitedly ran over and hugged Lu Ziyu's arm. She said in a spoiled tone, "Dyer hasn't come back these few days." "Master, you won't blame Dyer, right?" "Girl, you've become too playful. You're having fun by yourself, and you've thrown your master to the back of your mind." Lu Ziyu dotingly tapped her head and asked with a smile, "How is it? How are you getting along with Fei Fei and the others?" "Very good. We're like sisters now. Fei Fei, Jingjing, and Lan are all very kind and adorable girls. They're much better than those in our academy," Hui Yudi said, wrinkling her nose. These girls in our academy aren't born into scheming. They're all forced by their environment. Sometimes humans have to lower their heads. They have to learn to let nature take its course and learn to accept their fate. Lu Ziyu guided her with a deep meaning. Master, doesn't everyone say that the ultimate goal of cultivation is to defy the heavens and change one's fate? Why do we have to accept our fate?" Hui Yudi asked, blinking her eyes. "Defy the heavens and change one's fate?" Lu Ziyu shook his head and smiled bitterly, sighing emotionally. "It's just empty words. How can there really be anything in this world that could defy the heavens and change one's fate? All living things have a fate that is hard to defy, and although cultivators like us have broken through the limits of our own lifespans, we're merely struggling at death's door between obeying fate and defying fate. If there were really people who could defy the heavens would have collapsed long ago. What right do we have to continue living then?" "Oh," Hui Yudi nodded, not really understanding. She did not have Lu Ziyu's experience and knowledge. At most, she could only understand the literal meaning of these words, but the true meaning was not something she could understand right now. All right, I haven't asked you yet. You should have seen Lin these few days, right? Lu Ziyu asked. Hui Yudi's face immediately turned red when she heard this, and she weakly responded in a bashful manner. His face was brimming with happiness. Although she didn't have the chance to be alone with Lin these days, she still felt happy to be able to stay by Lin Yi's side with Ning Shuefei and other close friends. Looking at his disciple's expression of being unable to extricate himself, Lu Ziyu could not help but feel a headache coming on. After thinking for a while, he said, "Since you've already met, then it's time to put an end to the matter between the two of you. After returning to the East Continent in 2 days, you won't have anything to do with him anymore." Hui Yudi was originally still immersed in joy, but this time, it was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her head. She looked at her master in a daze, not knowing how to react. "Dyer, don't think that master is cruel. You and Lin are destined to be fated, but not to be together. There won't be a good result if you continue to force it. Listen to master, let him go." Lu Ziyu sighed. Then he said, "Ren Zhongyuan came today, and he saw the Thunder Xian vine on the table. Hence, he thought of a suggestion. He asked his father to refine the Thunder Xian pill for us. He guaranteed that he would be able to refine 4 pills, and 2 of them will be given to us. He's that kind? Don't tell me there are no other conditions?" Hui Yudi immediately frowned when she heard this. Although she didn't know the exact market, she knew that this bit of Thunder Xian vine could be exchanged for 2 Thunder Xian pills. This was practically free, and she didn't believe that there was such a good thing in the world. "There is indeed a condition. He wants to become Dao companions with you, Dai," Lu Ziyu said calmly. "What?" Hui Yudi was instantly dumbfounded. She looked at Lu Ziyu with a face full of disbelief, and, after a long while, she asked with a trembling voice, "Master, you agree to it?" "No." Lu Ziyu shook his head, sighed, and said, "This is your marriage, Dyer. Master won't be so unreasonable and make a decision with a single word. However, I hope that you can agree." Hui Yudi instantly heaved a sigh of relief and looked at her master in a daze. "Why?" "Dyer, master has already said it earlier. Although Lin is good, there is bound to be no outcome between you and him. Rather than being harmed by him in the future, it's better to let him go as soon as possible." Lu Ziyu paused, hugged Hui Yudi tenderly, and said, "Breaking through to the profound ascension realm is not a small matter. This is an extremely important dividing line in our path of cultivation. After profound ascension is the beginning of a great future, but if you suffer a setback at this time, then you can forget about successfully breaking through for the rest of your life. You will forever be stuck at the nascent soul great circle, unable to advance even an inch, and might even continuously regress. Your disciple knows all of this, but..." Hui Yudi clenched her teeth, not knowing what to say for a moment. In her opinion, breaking through to the profound ascension realm was admittedly important, but if she couldn't be together with the person she loved because of this, then let alone profound ascension, even if she could directly become an immortal, she still wouldn't be happy. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Actually, if you think about it carefully, Ren Zhongyuan is also a pretty good match, isn't he? Moreover, his conditions are also very good. Not only did he promise to give us 2 Thunder Profound pills, the remaining 2 will also be equally divided with you, Dyer. That is to say, out of the 4 pills, 3 will be given to us. For this section of the Thunder Profound vine, if you go to find another 7th grade pill refiner for help, they might not be able to refine 4 Thunder Profound pills, let alone directly give us 3. Lu Ziyu earnestly advised. Hui Yudi sank into silence. She obviously knew that Lu Ziyu was doing this for her own good, and everything he did was in consideration for her. Otherwise, why would he lower himself to the point of bargaining with a person like Ren Zhongyuan? However, she had never liked Ren Zhongyuan. She didn't like him in the past, and she disliked him even more now. Even if there was no Lin she still wouldn't be willing to become a Dao companion with such a person, let alone now that her heart already belonged to someone else. She was extremely unwilling in her heart, but Huiyuti couldn't ignore her master's good intentions. In this world where a master's life was greater than the heavens, Lu Ziyu, being able to not make the decision to betroth her to Ren Zhongyuan and instead earnestly advise her face to face, this in itself was already very pampering. Chapter 4752. After all, Huiyuti was her precious disciple who she treated as her own daughter. She really couldn't bear to force her too much. However, she had no choice but to say these words. This concerned her future, and she couldn't just watch as Huiyuti personally destroyed her future. Huiyuti sat in the room in a daze. Her mind was blank. She knew that she couldn't hesitate in this kind of matter. No matter what, she had to quickly sort out her thoughts and make a decision as soon as possible. However, her brain wouldn't listen to her. She couldn't think of anything and could only stare blankly. After a sleepless night, Huiyuti only woke up when the first rays of the morning sun shone on her face through the window and she heard the chirping of birds outside. She forced herself to compose herself and walked out of the room in a daze. After leaving the room, Huiyuti went straight to Lin Yi's group. She wasn't looking for Lin Yi's help, but something they'd agreed to do yesterday. They'd agreed to swim at the beach nearby. By the time Huiyuti arrived, Lin Yi and the others were already prepared. Ning Xuefei and the others were all dressed in common world attire, looking young and pretty. They even had swimsuits and caps prepared, all of which were arranged from Lin Yi's jade space. Lin Yi was shocked the first time he saw these swimsuits. Why did Qin Tian put these things in? And there were all kinds of sizes and styles. He didn't know what the kid was thinking, but it came in handy now. Sister Hua, hurry up. Let's go. Shangguan Lan, or waved from afar. She couldn't wait to go to the seaside and change into this trendy swimsuit. Ning Xuefei and Han Jingjing also waved at her. It seemed that they couldn't wait. They're here. Huiyuti forced a smile and hurriedly quickened her pace towards them. Sister Hua, look, this is the swimsuit we picked for you. Do you like it? Before Huiyuti got close, Ning Xuefei and the others took out a bikini mysteriously. Lin Yi's eyelids twitched as he subconsciously glanced at Huiyuti's curvaceous body. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. With this girl's body and such a sexy bikini, he was going to have a nosebleed today. What is this? Huiyuti took it and looked at it from top to bottom. In her eyes, this bikini was just two small pieces of cloth. It couldn't cover anything at all, especially after noticing Lin Yi's reaction. She couldn't help but blush. Is this also a dress? Of course it's clothes. This is the most popular style in the secular world. Sister Hua, do you want to try it now? Hee hee. Han Jingjing winked mischievously. Huiyuti was startled. No matter how interested she was in the secular world, she was still a very conservative woman from the Heaven Stage Island. How could he dare to wear such clothes all of a sudden? He shook his head and said, I can't, why not? How would you know if you don't try? I believe Sister Hua will look good in it, Ning Xuefei said with a smile. Yes. Anyway, there are no outsiders today. Sooner or later, little junior brother will see it. There's no better time than now. Shanghai Laner smiled and grabbed the bikini to show it to Huiyuti. If it was a few days ago, Huiyuti might really give it a try after being egged on like this. However, she really wasn't in the mood today. She could only smile bitterly and shake her head. Sister Hua, why do I feel that you are a little depressed? Is something wrong? Ning Xuefei was the first to notice her strangeness. After looking at the others, she immediately asked, Yes, we are best friends and sisters. Sister Hua, you can't hide anything from us. Han Jingjing said immediately. Yesterday, when they were talking about swimwear, they were eager to try it. However, now they suddenly became listless. She also vaguely guessed that there must be something wrong. If there's anything, just say it. Don't bear it alone. You still have us. Lin Yi also saw that there was something wrong with Huiyuti. This girl was not a person who could hide her thoughts. Not to mention that she didn't sleep all night and her eyes were bloodshot. Huiyuti looked at everyone hesitantly. Until she met Lin Yi's eyes, she suddenly felt wronged for no reason. Her eyes instantly turned red. Under the repeated questioning of Lin, E, and the others, she finally told them what happened last night. After listening to Hui Yudi's narration, Lin E couldn't help but be speechless. He himself was an alchemist who couldn't be calculated with common sense. Originally, this kind of thing just happened to come in handy. However, the Thundershin pill was a 7th-grade medicinal pill. He had tried to refine a variety of 7th-grade medicinal pills several times before. The result was, without exception, all failures. Until now, Lin E still hadn't been able to sum up the reason. At first, he thought that it was because his true chi was not strong enough to refine 7th-grade medicinal pills. However, after thinking about it, if it was really because of this reason, then it was simply impossible to refine medicinal pills. However, every time he failed, he could at least enter the normal procedure. If it was something else, Lin E thought that with his strength and all kinds of connections, he could still boast about it. However, when it came to refining the Thundershin pill, he really had no way. Yudi, although I can also refine medicinal pills, perhaps because my level is not enough, I can't refine 7th-grade medicinal pills for the time being, but I can guarantee that in the future, there will definitely be a way to break through. Looking at Hui Yudi's crying expression, Lin E could only bite the bullet and persuade her. When Hui Yudi heard this, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, although she also knew that this kind of thing was not very possible. For a super genius like Lin E, it was already very surprising that he had the leisure to become an alchemist. If he really could even refine 7th-grade medicinal pills, then he could only be the illegitimate child of God. Super geniuses also had a limit. How could there be a person who was proficient in everything? How could they let others live? Haha. While Lin E and Hui Yudi were frowning, Ning Shu Fa, who was at the side, suddenly burst into laughter. She laughed so hard that she couldn't catch her breath and couldn't straighten her back for a long time. Fei, what are you doing? Elder Sister Hua is worried about something. Why are you still laughing? You are really heartless. Shangwan Laner pouted and asked. Lin E and Hui Yudi also looked at her, not knowing why she suddenly laughed. Wait a minute, let me catch my breath first. This matter is really too funny. Ning Shu Fa didn't care about everyone's strange expression. She couldn't help but rub her stomach, and after resting for a while, she replied, Actually, the matter of refining a 7th-grade medicinal pill is not because Lin Yi's level is not good, but because your medicine cauldron naturally cannot refine 7th-grade medicinal pills. Chapter 4753. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about this before, but the Shinnong medicine cauldron's heaven-defying performance was too deeply rooted in his heart, so he subconsciously felt that it was impossible. The possibility of the Shinnong medicine cauldron having a problem was much smaller than the possibility of him having a problem. He didn't expect this to be the reason. Then Fei, why are you still laughing? The problem with the medicine cauldron is also a problem, and it's even more difficult to solve. You still have the mood to laugh at this time? Sister Hua will be forced to marry that hypocrite, Renjong Yuan. Shanghai Laner said as she pounced on her and pinched her. Ning Shu Fa quickly dodged and giggled at the same time. Of course it's funny. This is actually a very simple problem that can be solved in a short time, but all of you are so sad. Isn't this funny? Jing, what do you think? It's okay, it's a little funny. Han Jingjing's mouth also had a trace of an indescribable smile, and she covered her mouth as she laughed. What do you mean? What's the problem with the Shinnong medicine cauldron that can be solved in a short time? Lin Yi was confused, and he quickly took Han Jingjing's hand and asked, Brother Lin Yi, don't worry. In fact, strictly speaking, this is not the Shinnong medicine cauldron's problem. The hardware is fine, but the software inside needs to be upgraded. Han Jingjing giggled. Software? Lin Yi was stunned, and he didn't understand for a moment. What hardware and software? Where did this come from? Yes, the main reason the Shinnong medicine cauldron can automatically refine pills is that Jing set up an intelligent analysis formula in the computer, right? Han Jingjing smiled, and when she saw Lin Yi nod, she continued to explain. The problem is that when Jing Jing set up this formula, she didn't come into contact with such a high level. I have never come into contact with such a high level of knowledge. Most of the things in it are deduced purely from data, so the fact that this formula can persist until the 6th grade pill is still effective is already far beyond Jing Jing's expectations. As for the 7th grade pill, Jing Jing never thought that it would be of such a high level. Then what should we do? Although there were still some parts that he didn't understand, Lin Yi roughly understood. Just based on data deduction, it could reach the 6th grade pill. Han Jingjing was indeed a peerless genius. It's simple. Just ask Jing Jing to help you level up, Ning Shufa said with a smile. That's right. Why am I so stupid? Looking at Han Jingjing, who was covering her mouth and laughing, Lin Yi slapped his forehead. Since Han Jingjing, the inventor, was beside him, upgrading the software was a piece of cake for her. No matter what, there were no outsiders around. Lin immediately took out the godly pesticide cauldron. Hui Yuti was shocked again. Her attention was immediately diverted. She pointed at Lin Yi and the cauldron dumbfoundedly and said, "Where did you come from?" She had wanted to ask this question during the trial. If she could accept Lin Yi conjuring up pastries and clothes at the start, then when he collected the Thunder Mystic Vine, and especially when he made Scarface's pile of treasures disappear into thin air, there was no way to explain it. However, either the situation was urgent, or she was immersed in surprise and couldn't extricate herself. She had never thought of asking about it, but now that Lin Yi suddenly conjured an alchemy cauldron out of thin air, if she didn't ask clearly, she would think that she was hallucinating. Hee, big brother Lin Yi. Explain it properly. I'll help you level up now. Han Jingjing took the godly pesticide cauldron with a smile and brought Ning Shufa and Shanghai Laner to the research room. Hui Yuti was left looking at him in a daze. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and spread his hands. He felt that there was no need to hide anything from her. So he explained, "Actually, I have a very unique jade pendant with me, which carries a mysterious independent space. As long as I think about it, I can put things from the outside world in it, and I can also take things out from it. Do you understand now? There's such a thing?" Hui Yuti suddenly covered her mouth in surprise. She thought that it would be some brilliant camouflage, or that Lin Yi had an exquisite array that could be carried around. Although this kind of thing was rare, there had always been similar legends circulating in the streets. She didn't expect the answer to be so simple. Lin Yi had a magical jade pendant. Well, there are always some magical things that happen to me. You'll get used to it slowly. But remember to keep this a secret. Only you know about it. Lin Yi chuckled. Get used to it slowly? Listening to Lin Yi's calm tone, Hui Yuti could only roll her eyes speechlessly. She didn't know what to say. She was not a newcomer. After all, she was an expert at the great perfection of the Yuanying stage. Moreover, she was in a place like the East Continent College. Her knowledge was far from that of ordinary cultivators. Even so, she had never heard of such a strange thing as a jade pendant space. However, Lin Yi's words made Hui Yuti's heart jump. Lin Yi looked at Hui Yuti's expression and smiled. He didn't say anything. As the two talked, they came to Ning Shufa's research room. At this time, Han Jingjing was focused on updating the AI analysis formula. Her 10 fingers were moving back and forth on the keyboard. Even with Lin Yi's eyesight, it was difficult for him to accurately capture her movements. He could only see a blurry shadow of her fingers, let alone others. Looking at this exaggerated scene, Hui Yuti couldn't help but cover her mouth again. She looked at Han Jingjing with eyes full of admiration. She was a typical example of someone who didn't understand. Previously, she thought that Han Jingjing was a cute and innocent girl who wasn't very strong. But now that she saw it, this girl was simply a genius. Sure enough, Lin Yi was full of magic everywhere. Lin Yi and Hui Yuti waited quietly at the side. He obviously couldn't interfere in updating the AI analysis formula. Han Jingjing could only rely on herself. After 2 years of nurturing, Ning Shufa, who had a little understanding of this, helped her. As for Shanghai Laner and Little Curly Bear, they were purely there to help. After about an hour, Han Jingjing suddenly stopped. She wiped the fine sweat on her forehead and smiled sweetly at Lin Yi. Big brother Lin Yi, now you can refine a 7th grade medicinal pill. It's done so quickly? Lin Yi was overjoyed when he heard this. It was not an exaggeration to say that the AI analysis formula was the top technology in the secular world. He thought that Han Jingjing would have to work hard for a few days. He didn't expect it to be done in just an hour. This efficiency was really surprising. Chapter 4754. She then urged, Big brother Lin Yi, hurry up and try it. If it doesn't work, I can improve it on the spot. Okay, I'll start the furnace now. Lin Yi immediately asked Ning Shuifei to find a special alchemy room, took out all the materials, and was ready to start the furnace. Hui Yudi hurried back to get the Thunder Xian Rattan. Although Lin Yi had more Thunder Xian Rattan than her, he was refining pills for her this time. She thought it was reasonable for her to provide them. Seeing that Hui Yudi insisted, Lin Yi couldn't say anything to her. Anyway, he had already regarded her as one of his own. Since she was one of his own, she would have a share of the good stuff in the future. It didn't matter whose Thunder Xian Rattan he used this time. In order to refine the Thunder Xian pill, in addition to the core material of the Thunder Xian Rattan, he also needed a variety of auxiliary materials. Although Lin Yi's material reserves had begun to take shape, he couldn't have all of them. Coincidentally, among the treasures of heaven and earth that he had extorted from the Scarred Man before, he had made up for the 2 missing materials. Everything was ready. Seeing that Lin Yi was sorting the materials and adjusting his state, Hui Yudi and the others watched from afar. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily, for fear that they would affect Lin Yi. External disturbances were the most important during the process of alchemy. The ideal situation was, of course, for Lin Yi to refine pills in seclusion alone. However, the situation was special this time, and he needed Han Jingjing to watch the scene. He simply let Hui Yudi and the others come in to watch the show. Anyway, they were all on the same side, and they had their own sense of propriety. He counted the Thunder Xian Rattan and other auxiliary materials one by one and put them all into the divine pesticide cauldron. Lin Yi took a deep breath and immediately started the alchemy program. Listening to Han Jingjing's voice on the tablet, Hui Yudi couldn't help but widen her eyes. However, Ning Shuifei and Shanghai Laner, who were next to her, didn't seem surprised at all. They had seen the situation of Lin Yi refining pills a long time ago. As Lin Yi said, they were already used to it. Everything was normal, and the tablet quickly calculated the alchemy curve. Lin Yi took a closer look and suddenly found that this alchemy curve was completely different from what he had tried before. In the previous attempts, although they weren't Thunder Profound pills, they were all 7th grade elixirs. At first glance, the alchemy curves seemed to be very different, but in fact, they had one thing in common, and that was the middle and early alchemy curves were very complicated and tortuous. But once it reached the later stages, all of them looked very pleasing to the eye in classic arcs, without exception. However, it was different this time. Not only was the alchemy curve full of twists and turns in the beginning and middle stages, but the later stages were even more obscure and difficult to understand. The twists and turns were extremely complicated. Compared to the classic arcs from before, it was simply ugly to the point of making one's hair stand on end. Lin Yi subconsciously turned his head to look at Han Jingjing and saw her nod at him. His heart instantly calmed down, and he faintly understood something. The reason why the previous alchemy curves were beautiful was that they were purely based on data deduction. That was a perfect curve that only existed in the ideal. It was impossible to exist in reality. It would be strange if there were no problems in the alchemy process blindly according to the ideal curve that was like a castle in the air. Lin Yi's heart was settled, and he immediately input true qi according to the instructions of the tablet, and the divine pesticide cauldron began to buzz. All the women, except for Han Jingjing, couldn't help but show a nervous look, especially Hui Yudi, whose little heart was pounding. The success of this alchemy was directly related to her lifelong event, and she couldn't fail. Everyone knew. Every time the level of the medicinal pill increased by a grade, it meant that the difficulty of alchemy would increase significantly. This difficulty was not just an increase of 1 or 2 times, but at least 10 times and 100 times. Some special medicinal pills may even reach 1,000 times. This gap was much bigger than the gap in strength. Otherwise, high-grade alchemists would not be so rare. Every grade was an insurmountable gap. Looking at the Heaven Stage Island, except for the Eastern Continent, the 3rd and 4th grade alchemists were not rare. But when it came to the 5th and 6th grade, it was already the top guess that all the forces would compete to win over. As for the 7th grade alchemists, only those top forces could have them, and there was only one, and their status was extremely aloof. Although Huiyuti had a faint, almost blind confidence in Lin Yi, but for him to be able to refine the Thunder Profound pill, she actually did not have any confidence in her heart. If the Thunder Profound pill was so easy to refine, then her master would not have such a headache and even lower himself to bargain with Ren Zhongyuan. Regardless of whether he could refine the Thunder Profound pill or not, Huiyuti just saw that Lin Yi was willing to try so hard for her, and she was already very moved. As for what to do if he failed, she could only take one step at a time. Time passed by. Everyone's heart was always tight. From time to time, the god's armament cauldron would make some strange movements, and every time, Lin Yi and Huiyuti were scared. In particular, there was a time when the electric arc ran all over the room, and it was like a lightning strike, which really scared everyone. In the process of refining the Thunder Profound pill, a little carelessness would cause the furnace to explode. This was not a joke. At that time, Lin Yi was even ready to forcibly withdraw his true chi and take the girls to take refuge. But fortunately, the process was only a short moment, and after the amazing electric arc ran around for a while, it quickly dissipated, which made everyone feel a little relieved. For a whole day and a night, Lin Yi and the others finally managed to survive to the end. This time was not a long time for high-level cultivators like them, but during the whole process, they were always on tenterhooks. From time to time, there would be abnormal movements, and even dangerous electric arcs would run around the god's armament cauldron. This was not an alchemy furnace. It was simply an unpredictable time bomb. This kind of mental pressure was not something that ordinary people could bear, and if their psychological quality was slightly poor, it was not impossible for them to collapse on the spot. Fortunately, everyone's mind was still quite tough. Listening to the sound of the tablet indicating the end of the alchemy, and seeing the god's armament cauldron completely silent, Lin Yi and the others looked at each other with lingering fear and simultaneously let out a long breath of turbid air. Little junior brother, quickly see if it's done. Shangguan Laner couldn't wait to urge, and several others also showed a look of anticipation. This was especially true for Huiyuti. Although she didn't have much hope in the beginning, she couldn't help but feel that she was lucky. The entire process seemed to be very serious. What if it really succeeded? Chapter 4755. Don't worry, this should be the residual thunder power of the Thunder Xian Vine. Don't worry, you guys step back a bit. Lin Yi instructed, and then continued to carefully stick his head inside. He was actually shocked, but with the warning of the jade pendant, he was not afraid of being caught off guard. Huiyuti and the others looked at each other and nervously looked at Lin Yi. Fortunately, there were no dangerous electric arcs this time, but Lin Yi's reaction was a bit abnormal. He was actually stunned and didn't move. Lin Yi, Huiyuti carefully asked, afraid that he would be in danger again. But Lin Yi turned a deaf ear and didn't respond at all. This time, Ning Shuefei and the others couldn't help but become nervous. They looked at each other and wanted to rush forward to see what was going on. But at this time, Lin Yi finally raised his head and looked at the women with an inexplicable, strange expression. How is it? How is it? Shangguan Laner quickly asked. I originally thought that these materials were at least enough to refine one Thunder Xian pill, and if luck was good, it was not impossible to refine two, but Lin Yi's gaze finally fell on Huiyuti. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Could it be that it failed? Huiyuti's face suddenly paled, but this was also within her expectations. She could only force a smile and said, "It doesn't matter. If it failed, then it failed." In fact, this is also quite good. In any case, the Thunder Xian vine has already been used up by me, so Master doesn't need to go and make a deal with Renjong Yuan. Ning Shuefei and the others couldn't help but look at each other. Although this was what she said, Hui Yudi would definitely be heavily punished by her master. After all, this was not a small matter, and in the end, Renjong Yuan might still succeed. Lin Yi, however, shook his head with an unfathomable expression. He changed the subject and asked, "You die? What did you say before? With just these Thunder Mystic vines, how many Thunder Mystic pills can Renjong Yuan's father guarantee he can refine?" 4. Hui Yudi thought for a moment. She then added in a comforting manner, "But this is only what Renjong Yuan said. Who knows if he is talking nonsense or not? Maybe he can't even refine it. It's just a lie." 4. I don't know if he's lying, but it's not impossible. Lin, he shook his head with a strange expression. He reached into the divine armament cauldron and opened his palm. There were a few crystal clear, dark blue pills inside, and there were faint signs of electric arcs flashing in them. Even if the girls hadn't seen it with their own eyes before, how could they not react when they saw such obvious characteristics? Yes, this was the legendary Thunder Xian core. 4. Hui Yudi carefully looked at it and was immediately stunned. Lin, he actually refined 4 Thunder Profound pills in one go. This was a level that could only be achieved by a top-notch 7-stage alchemist. With such strength, one could easily become the chief alchemist of any Yellow Stage Academy in the East Continent. Look again. Lin, he shook his head with a smile, and then his other hand reached into the divine armament cauldron and opened it. Hui Yudi almost fainted on the spot. Another 4. This time, even Ning Shuefei and Shangwan Laner all widened their eyes and were speechless for a long time. Hui Yudi only had a small piece of Thunder Xian vine, but there were 8 Thunder Xian pills at once. This was not a dream, right? Even for those top 7-stage alchemists, it was very difficult to refine 4 at once. But 8, a full double, even if you think with your toes, you know that this is simply impossible. But no matter how unbelievable it is, the fact is that 8 Thunder Xian pills are neatly placed in front of you. You have to believe it. Hui Yudi was completely dumbfounded. She rubbed her eyes furiously until the corner of her eye twitched. Only then did she confirm that she wasn't hallucinating. She walked to Lin Yi's side and said, "Pinch me. I'll see if I'm dreaming. I haven't had such a realistic dream for a long time." "Don't worry, you're really not dreaming. This is real. 8 Thunder Xian pills." Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. In fact, he also felt that it was incredible. Because of his trust in Han Jingjing, he was confident that he could succeed this time, but he really didn't think that there would be so many. It must be known that even if he had prepared sufficient materials in advance, it would only be enough for 4 Thunder Xian pills at most. Because of the previous Zhong Yuan's words, he subconsciously thought so. He never thought that there would be twice as many. Now that he thought about it, it was estimated that Han Jingjing had made further optimization and improvement on the medicinal cauldron, which led to this unexpected overproduction. Han Jingjing, on the other hand, had a calm smile on her face the entire time, and it was as if he was looking at that confident woman Lu Jinghan. But the next moment, Han Jingjing returned to that cute smile of hers. No wonder the entire alchemy process was so unusual, making it so thrilling. It turned out that she had prepared such a big surprise for everyone. Ning Shuefei and the others cheered at the side. Only then did Hui Yudi accept the reality, and she couldn't help but say, "How is your secular world so powerful to actually have such a magical alchemy artifact? It's too heaven-defying. And that Kai Z from before, his divine weapon, is also frighteningly strong. It's really subverting common sense." "Who's Kai Z?" Han Jingjing interrupted and asked. "Kai Z is Kong Ming Ming, the nickname she gave him." Lenny smiled and explained. "No, it's obviously the nickname you gave him. You said he was Kai Z. I didn't know what Kai Z meant at first." Hui Yudi pouted and retorted in a good mood. "Then do you know what it means now?" Lenny looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Ah." Hui Yudi was stunned, and then she asked weakly, right? What does Kai Z mean? When the girls heard this, they immediately burst into laughter. Although Huiyuti most of the time in front of them was the image of a caring sister, when it came to things involving the secular world, she completely didn't know. This can't be explained in a few words. Anyway, Kong Ming Ming is a typical Kai Z. You can understand it that way. Lenny laughed, then immediately took out 3 Thunder Shin pills and handed them to Huiyuti. Okay, with these 3 Thunder Shin pills, it should be enough to report to your master. I believe she won't say anything else. Okay, now I don't have to care about that annoying Ren Zhongyuan anymore. Lin Yi, you're so good. Huiyuti was so happy that she gave Lin Yi a hug on the spot, until she felt the playful gazes of Ning Shuifei and the others around her. Only then did she embarrassedly withdraw with a red face. She was not an open girl. This was purely because she was too excited. Chapter 4756. There are still 5 Thunder Shin pills here. Jingjing, Feifei, and Lan, each of you can have 1. As for the remaining 2, I'm going to give them to my 2 friends. Do you have any objections? Lin Yi suggested with a smile. The friends he mentioned were Qi Wenhan and Xia Luluo. Qi Wenhan was one of his own, and since Xia Luluo was about to call him sister-in-law, she naturally couldn't be left out either. What about yourself? Won't you have none left? Huiyuti couldn't help but ask. It doesn't matter. I have the Thunder Shin Rot Tan anyway. I also have enough supplementary materials. If I need them, I can refine them at any time. According to the results this time, the Thunder Shin Rot Tan I have should be enough to refine 32 Thunder Shin pills. This is a relatively conservative estimate. Lin Yi faintly smiled. Thank you, big brother Lin. Han Jingjing took the Thunder Shin pill from Lin Yi's hand and imitated Huiyuti's action just now to give him a hug. She didn't blush or feel embarrassed because of this kind of thing. After all, in the secular world, this could only be regarded as a greeting gift. First it was Huiyuti, then it was Han Jingjing. Now, it was Ning Shuifei's turn to do the same. Although she was a native of Heaven Stage Island like Huiyuti, at least in name, she was Lin Yi's fiancée. Just a hug was no big deal. Lin Yi also didn't expect things to develop like this. After enjoying the soft jade and warm fragrance of the 3 women, it was Shanghai Laner's turn. Everyone was looking at her with mischievous eyes. Little junior brother, don't tell me you also wanted to hug you? I am your senior sister. Shanghai Laner pitifully looked at Lin Yi and said. Lin Yi was about to speak, but he was interrupted by Ning Shuifei. We are not real senior sisters from the same sect. Even if we are real senior sisters, there are many senior sisters and junior brothers who become Dao companions. Lan you have already been seen naked by him. What is there to be bashful about? See light? Huiyuti was shocked when she heard this. She looked at Shangwan Laner in disbelief. She had never thought that Shangwan Laner and Lin Yi had already reached this stage. I'm not the only one. Feifei, aren't you the same? You were seen naked by junior brother the first time you met him. Even earlier than me. Shangwan Laner retorted proudly. Feifei, you too? Huiyuti suddenly felt even more dizzy. It turned out that not only Shangwan Laner, but also Ning Shuifei. She was the princess of West Island. That was an accident. Ning Shuifei blushed and tried to defend herself. He turned to look at Han Jingjing and asked, Jingjing, did Lin Yi see you naked? Of course I have. Han Jingjing was not shy at all and admitted it naturally and gracefully. Pooh! Huiyuti suddenly spurted. Especially when the eyes of the 3 women naturally fell on her body. She was so shy that her pretty face turned red. She quickly waved her hand and said, I didn't, but Sister Hua, you said it yourself. Junior brother also used his mouth to treat the poison for you. He was lying under your skirt. Shangwan Laner's face was full of disbelief. Lin Yi had specially explained the truth about the photo, and he had also asked Huiyuti herself for confirmation, so they knew about it. But he didn't see me naked. He didn't take off his clothes. Huiyuti denied shyly. However, Huiyuti suddenly felt balanced. It turned out that she was not seen by Lin Yi. Compared to them, her scale was much smaller. He only saw her thighs. She was afraid that the 3 women would laugh at her if they knew about this. It seemed that she was thinking too much. Then Sister Hua, how did you change into this denim? When you change clothes, Brother Lin, you should be able to see it, right? Han Jingjing also joined in excitedly. No, this was changed after I took a shower. You shouldn't be able to see it. Hui Yuti shook her head repeatedly. However, when she saw the increasingly playful expressions of the three women, she immediately knew that she was wrong. The more she tried to explain, the worse it was. Lenny didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this scene. It was clearly just distributing the Thunder Xian pill. Why did it inexplicably involve this? In particular, this situation was simply out of control. Shangwan Laner and the others were already urging Hui Yuti to quickly find an opportunity to let her see everything. She even said that good sisters should advance and retreat together. It really made people speechless, just when Hui Yuti was being urged to take off her clothes by the three women. And at this moment, Lu Ziyu was sitting in her room. She looked at the empty black box with a worried expression. The Thunder Xian vine was gone. Lu Ziyu guessed that Hui Yuti had taken it, but she didn't know why she took it. Thinking of how Hui Yuti didn't return for the whole night yesterday, she immediately had a bad feeling. Could it be that Dai, who took the Thunder Xian vine to do something stupid? Could it be that she wanted to destroy the Thunder Xian vine? Even if she gained nothing, she still didn't want to marry Rinzhong Yuan. The more Lu Ziyu thought about it, the more anxious she became. Although Hui Yuti had been very obedient since she was young, she knew that this child had always been very opinionated. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been called an iceberg snow lotus. It was only because she didn't want to disobey her master, that she appeared to be obedient. To be precise, this was filial piety, not obedience. It was fine in the past, but when this filial piety and lifelong happiness stood on opposite sides, it was hard to say what Hui Yuti would choose. It was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't do something stupid, just as Lu Ziyu's heart was burning with anxiety. The sound of Hui Yuti's footsteps came from outside. She pushed open the door and came in while happily humming a folk song. Seeing Lu Ziyu in the room, she was instantly stunned. Master, seeing that Hui Yuti's hands were empty, with no sign of the Thunder Xian vine, Lu Ziyu's heart instantly turned cold. That's right, Dai must have given the Thunder Xian vine to someone else and thrown away. She really didn't want to marry Ren Zhong Yuan, even if she died. At this moment, Lu Ziyu's intestines were green with regret. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have forced her disciple. Even without Ren Zhong Yuan's deal, with the Thunder Xian vine in their hands, they would still be able to think of a way. But now that even the Thunder Xian vine was gone, she might as well not even think of a way. Dai where's your Thunder Xian vine? Did you throw it away? Lu Ziyu took a deep breath and hurriedly asked. Throw it away? Why would I throw it away? Hui Yuti shook her head in confusion. She shook Lu Ziyu's arm and said with a smile, I gave the Thunder Xian vine to someone else. Gave it to someone else? How could such a thing be given to someone so casually? This concerns your great future, Dai. Lu Ziyu's expression instantly changed, and her gaze became stern. No matter how much she pampered Hui Yuti, she couldn't make a mistake on this matter of principle. Chapter 4757. No matter what it is, you can't use the Thunder Xian vine to exchange for it. There are only a few treasures in the world that are more precious than the Thunder Xian vine. Even if there really is one, it's not as important as the Thunder Xian vine to you right now. Lu Ziyu said bitterly, This isn't a treasure. Master, you'll know once you open it. Hui Yuti urged. Shaking her head helplessly, Lu Ziyu had no choice but to open the box. With just a glance at the item in the box, this big shot of Morning Pride Academy was instantly dumbfounded. She couldn't help but exclaim, Thunder Xian pill? And it's 3? That's right. Now we don't have to bother with that annoying Ren Zhong Yuan anymore. Hui Yuti hugged Lu Ziyu's arm and wrinkled her nose proudly. Ren Zhong Yuan's 3 Thunder Xian pills could at most be counted as an expected gain. Whether they could get it or not was another matter. But now, there were actually 3 Thunder Xian pills. It was completely different. What's going on? Dai, where did you get it? Lu Ziyu hurriedly asked in shock. Her first reaction after seeing the Thunder Shin pills was shock, not happiness but worry. She thought that her disciple had taken the Thunder Shin vine and secretly exchanged it with Ning Shu Fa for ready-made Thunder Shin pills. Looking at the entire West Island, the only one who had the ability to take out 3 Thunder Shin pills and had a close relationship with Huiyuti was Ning Shu Fa, the princess of the West Island. They had been very close these few days, even sleeping on the same bed. Although this was a strategic resource, and strictly speaking, even Ning Shangling, the Lord of the West Island, couldn't use it easily, and Ning Shu Fa couldn't possibly make such a serious mistake. But the little girl was hot-headed. For the lifelong happiness of a good friend, it wasn't impossible for her to do such a thing under the radar. Thinking of this, Lu Ziyu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. No matter what, she had to return these 3 Thunder Shin pills as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the matter was exposed, she really wouldn't be able to explain herself. However, Huiyuti's next words instantly made her dumbfounded. These were all refined by Lin Yi. Lin Yi? He's an alchemist? And a 7th grade alchemist? How is that possible? When Lu Ziyu heard this, he was dumbfounded. He looked at Huiyuti in disbelief. She thought that her precious disciple was joking, but Huiyuti's expression clearly told her that it was all true. Yeah, Lin, he didn't even mention it to me. He's very powerful, right? Huiyuti's face was full of pride and happiness. Are you serious? He actually managed to refine 3 Thunder Profound pills in one go. And he even managed to form them so quickly? Lu Ziyu was still unable to imagine it. The fact that Lin Yi was a level 7 alchemist was already unimaginable. However, even if this was true, even so, it was impossible to refine 3 Thunder Profound pills in such a short time. How long had it been? It had only been a little more than a day, right? Wrong, it's not 3, it's 8. Huiyuti corrected. Dong. Lu Ziyu lost her balance and almost fell. She barely managed to support herself by leaning against the table. Her expression was indescribable. The corners of her lips were twitching. 8. Yeah, then I asked for 3. Huiyuti nodded, looking at Huiyuti's serious expression. Looking at the 3 Thunder Profound pills in her hand, Lu Ziyu couldn't help but pinch herself. Only then did she ascertain that she wasn't dreaming. She looked at her precious disciple speechlessly. It wasn't because Huiyuti asked for too little. That bit of Thunder Profound vine in exchange for 3 Thunder Profound pills was simply a huge benefit. There was no bigger pie than this. If it were the majority of the 7th grade alchemists, they would already be satisfied if they could get 1 Thunder Profound pill. Furthermore, they would have to use all kinds of supplementary materials as well as tens of thousands of spirit jades in hard work. As for Run Zhongyuan, although he confidently swore that he could give 3, the prerequisite was that he had to sell Huiyuti to him. The price was not something that could be measured by a mere tens of thousands of spirit jades. Lu Ziyu couldn't help but be a little shocked. Powerful strength, outstanding talent, and actually able to easily refine 8 Thunder Profound pills in a day. Lin Yi was also heaven-defying. No wonder Ning Shangling would think so highly of him. It had to be said that his own insight was far too lacking compared to this old friend of his. He had clearly heard her talk about Lin Yi's various miracles, but in the end, he had still underestimated this young man. He had even almost forced to miss this opportunity. Thinking up to here, Lu Ziyu immediately blushed with shame, feeling that he had no face to meet anyone. Master, are you all right? Huiyuti looked at Lu Ziyu's burning red cheeks and couldn't help but blink. Oh, I'm fine. Lu Ziyu laughed awkwardly. Only then did he react and asked, Lin Yi was able to refine 8 Thunder Profound pills. He should have used all of his Thunder Profound vines, right? This speculation was reasonable. If Huiyuti's Thunder Profound vines could refine 8, then wouldn't Thunder Profound pills be like cabbages? How could there be such cheap and high-yield Thunder Profound pills? No, it's just my Thunder Profound vines. He hasn't even touched those. If he used them all to refine, he said that he could at least refine another 32. Huiyuti shook her head. Thump! This time, Lu Ziyu couldn't even support herself on the table and was about to fall over subconsciously. As a big shot of the East Continent Academy, she almost fell to the ground. Luckily, Huiyuti had quick reflexes and hurriedly stuffed a stool in front of her. Otherwise, she would have really fallen to the ground. 32. Seeing Huiyuti nod her head repeatedly, Lu Ziyu really regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. It wasn't because of Ren Zhongyuan's deal, but because when those two brats had taken photos as evidence of Huiyuti and Lin Yi having sex in the training grounds, how good would it have been if she had acknowledged them on the spot? Although doing so would have affected her disciple's reputation a little, there wasn't any substantial loss at all, because she could have directly made the decision to let Huiyuti marry Lin Yi, and no one would have said anything. That way, it wouldn't have been Ning Shangling's turn to pick up such a handsome son-in-law. Sigh, what a blunder! What blunder! Lu Ziyu stamped her feet and thumped her chest repeatedly. If Huiyuti wasn't present, she would have given herself 2 tight slaps. Lu Ziyu, you're really old. So old that your eyes are blurry. It was fine if your strength hadn't increased, but how did your foresight become so bad? You almost ruined your disciple's lifelong happiness. If this matter were to spread, how would you have the face to meet others in the future? Chapter 4758. They were both thunder mystical vines. Huiyuti's mature thunder mystical vine had already been refined into a thunder mystical pill. Kang Xiaoming's unripe thunder mystical vine, on the other hand, was secretly transported away with a few blood bats after registering. Bloody bats were small in size, but they were fierce spirit beasts that could not be underestimated. They were extremely fast and invisible, and a few of them could easily take away the thunder Xianrot Tans. Unless they deliberately slowed down, it was very difficult to detect them, let alone intercept them. However, although there was a monitoring area over West Island, as long as they left this area, basically no disciples of West Island would investigate them. After all, many chambers of commerce also relied on spirit birds for short-distance transportation. Seeing that the bloody bats finally transported the Thunder Xian Rot Tans away, Su Lingchong and Kong Mingming breathed a sigh of relief at the same time and slumped in their chairs. Since the trial result came out, they had been sitting on pins and needles, and they were almost scared out of their wits. They had thought that after Kong Mingming became the Fuma of West Island, they could sit back and relax. As a result, when Linny came out, this dream was directly shattered. Now, not only could they not become the Fuma of West Island, but even the most basic personal safety became a problem. Whenever a disciple of West Island passed by, they had to act as if they were facing a formidable enemy. After all, they dug away the immature treasure of West Island, and now they were in a very miserable situation in West Island. Not only that, while guarding against the disciples of West Island, they also had to guard against their own people in North Island, such as Lan Tiefu and Ramjia. If these two people asked for it in the name of the high-level officials of North Island, would they give it to them? These two were the top figures of the younger generation. If they didn't give it to them, they would definitely suffer. But if they really gave the Thunder Xianrot Tans to them, once the mysterious man blamed them, they would only end up more miserable. Child Su, what should we do next? If those two really come to ask for it? Kong Mingming subconsciously shrank his neck. Now, if they sent the Thunder Xianrot Tans away, they could smoothly report to the mysterious man. But if Lan Tiefu and Ram Jia really came to find them, they couldn't explain it. I don't think so. This Thunder Xian vine is the spoils of war that we obtained from the trial. They have no reason to take it. Su Lingchong shook his head with a grave expression. He was not confident at all. In fact, this was purely self-comfort. If they got the Thunder Xianrot Tan in the normal way, the higher-ups of the North Island certainly had no reason to ask for it. But the problem was that the two of them dug out an immature Thunder Xianrot Tan, which made the whole West Island filled with righteous indignation. The higher-ups of the North Island had to give them an explanation. But what if? Kong Mingming looked out of the door guiltily. Now, Anyone who passed by outside would make him tremble in fear. There are no ifs. Su Lingqiong pretended to be tough, but he still couldn't hide his guilty conscience. He added, I don't have the Thunder Mystic Rattan. I only have my life. Let's see what they can do. Kong Ming nodded helplessly. This was a hopeless situation. However, there was no other choice at the moment. He could only follow what Su Lingqiong said. However, he suddenly thought of a more important question. What if Linny comes to find trouble with us? Damn it, we have to fight. Su Lingqiong gritted his teeth and said, Child Su, why should we fight? He is Ning Shangling's son-in-law now. He can send anyone to kill us. Kong Ming sighed. Don't worry. After all, he is still a disciple of the North Island. It's a taboo for disciples to kill each other. This is not the trial place. If he dares to do it, the two of them won't watch us suffer losses. Su Lingqiong continued to comfort himself. Kong Ming nodded and said nothing. He thought that Lin Yi dared to do it in the North Island. Not to mention this was the West Island. Besides, if he randomly found a disciple of the West Island to do it, what evidence did he have to prove that it was Lin Yi who did it? In the next few days, the two of them hid in their rooms and didn't go out at all, for fear that they would be brutally beaten to death by the disciples of the West Island as soon as they went out. At that time, if the law failed to punish the masses, they would really die with everlasting regret. However, to their surprise, neither Lan Tiefu nor Ram Jie showed up, as if they really had no interest in the Thunder Xian Rattan in their hands. But on second thought, it was normal. With the strength of those two, they didn't need the Thunder Xian pill at all. A Thunder Xian Rattan alone was really not attractive to them. Even if they wanted to give an explanation to the West Island, Su Lingqiong's grandfather would take the responsibility. Why would those two do it? At the same time, thousands of miles away, under a secret uninhabited island a few nautical miles away from the North Island, there was an amazingly huge basement, which even extended to the underwater world. It was a completely different world. At this moment, Miss Luan was sitting in a lab with her legs crossed, looking at the weird rattan that kept flashing with electric arcs across from her through a thick glass. It was the Thunder Xian Rattan that Su Lingqiong and Kong Ming had sent over through the Bloody Bat. If Lin Yi saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked because they not only transported the Thunder Xian Rattan here, but also planted it. The most surprising thing was that this place actually had a virtual thunder and lightning environment, and from time to time, lightning struck the Thunder Xian Rattan from all directions. Unlike ordinary treasures of heaven and earth, the Thunder Xian Rattan could only grow in a place with rolling heavenly thunder. The fiercer the lightning, the faster it would grow. Unexpectedly, these people had completely recreated the powerful heavenly thunder of the Heavenly Thunder Formation. Judging from the intensity of the lightning, it seemed that it was even stronger than the Thunder Xian Rattan. It was incredible. Not bad. It seems that your previous efforts were not in vain to be able to create such a powerful thunder and lightning environment in this place. Miss Luan nodded with satisfaction. It's all thanks to Miss Luan for getting so many power-generating equipment from a secular world. As long as we have these things, it won't be a problem. A bespectacled man next to her said modestly, Well, since the conditions are complete, it's only a matter of time before this Thunder Xian Rattan matures. Next, you have to research a way to mass-produce profound ascending stage masters as soon as possible. This is our current core project. Don't let me down. Miss Luan said in a deep voice. In addition, be careful not to leak the nuclear reactor that generates electricity. If it attracts mountain opening stage or even sea splitting stage masters, even a nuclear bomb explosion will have no effect on them. Yes, the bespectacled man quickly nodded in response. West Island, a side courtyard of the Island Master's Palace. The previously set deadline of 2 days had passed. Ren Zhongyuan found an excuse and successfully sneaked in again. He couldn't wait to go straight to Hui Yudi's room. Although this deal was made with Lu Ziyu, in the end, it still fell on Hui Yudi. Chapter 4759. At this time, Hui Yudi should have already washed up and obediently waited in the room for him to come. His mind was filled with romantic fantasies. But the moment he entered the room, Ren Zhongyuan's expression changed. The situation in the room was the same as the previous time. There was only Lu Ziyu sitting there, and there was no sign of Hui Yudi at all. Could it be that she was shy and had hidden herself? Where's Junior's sister Yudi? Although girls are thin-skinned, we're already so familiar with each other, so there's no need to be shy, right? Ren Zhongyuan smiled, thinking that he was very gentlemanly. At the same time, he looked around the room, wanting to find Hui Yudi. You don't need to look. Dai isn't here. She want to play with Lin Yi. Lu Ziyu looked at him calmly. What? She want to play with Lin Yi? Ren Zhongyuan was so angry that he gritted his teeth, not concealing the fury on his face. He looked at Lu Ziyu with an unfriendly expression and said, Deputy Dean Lu, this isn't right, right? She's going to get married soon, and you're actually allowing her to go play with other men? This isn't very good. Get married? Lu Ziyu smiled non-committally, asking in return, marry who? Are you talking about Lenny? Although he's a good match, it's not possible for now. He's already the prince consort of West Island. This is really quite a pity. Huh? What are you talking about? What does this have to do with that brat Lenny? Ren Zhongyuan didn't react for a moment. He looked at Lu Ziyu in a daze, not knowing how to react. The situation today was completely different from what he had expected. Why wasn't everything going according to plan? It's nothing. Do you have anything for me? If there's nothing, then hurry up and leave. This is a girl's room, not a place you can come to. Remember, don't do it again, Lu Ziyu said calmly. This time, Ren Zhongyuan was completely stunned. This was completely wrong. He had come to receive Hui Yudi as the victor today. So why did the other party strangely take control of the situation? Lu Ziyu, this old hag, was indeed a big shot in the academy. She clearly had a favor to ask of him, yet she was still able to control the tempo with just a few words, making it seem as if he was the one making a request of her. Could it be that she wanted to use this opportunity to raise the price? After sorting out his emotions, Ren Zhongyuan thought that he had seen through the other party's intentions. He immediately grinned and said, Vice Dean Lu, we're all smart people, so you don't have to pretend to be ignorant. Aren't you afraid that doing this will backfire and force me to take back the generous conditions I promised before? What conditions? Did I promise you anything previously? Lu Ziyu looked at Ren Zhongyuan with a hint of smile. Ren Zhongyuan suddenly became speechless, thinking in his heart that this old woman was really difficult to deal with. If this went on, he would definitely be led by the nose by her. So he could only go straight to the point and said, Vice Dean Lu, you won't release the eagle without seeing the rabbit. But forget it, I am a junior. So you give me the Thunder Xian vine now, and later ask my father to directly send you the Thunder Xian pill after refining it. This should be no problem, right? Oh, you're talking about this matter. The Thunder Xian vine has already been refined into a Thunder Xian pill, so there's no need to trouble you anymore. Thank you, Lu Ziyu said calmly. What? Already refined the Thunder Xian pill? That's impossible. How can it be so fast? Even my father needs at least 3 days and 3 nights to refine the pill. Vice Dean Lu, you can't lie to me about this kind of thing. Ren Zhongyuan sneered, subconsciously thinking that Lu Ziyu was lying to him, thinking that this old woman still wanted to raise the price. There's always someone better than you. There's nothing impossible in this world. Look for yourself, isn't this it? Lu Ziyu took out the box that Hui Yudi had given her and placed it on the table. Ren Zhongyuan looked on helplessly as she opened the box, and when he saw what was inside, he instantly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Astonishingly, there were 3 neatly arranged Thunder Xian pills inside. What? They actually gave you 3 Thunder Xian pills? Who refined them for you? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ren Zhongyuan was practically about to go crazy. 2 days ago, it was just a section of Thunder Xian vine, and in the blink of an eye, it had become 3 ready-made Thunder Xian pills. Was he seeing things, or had the world gone crazy? What? Are you doubting me? Seeing that Ren Zhongyuan was actually about to rush over to take a closer look, Lu Ziyu's calm expression suddenly turned cold, and an incomparably majestic aura instantly pressed down on the other party's head. This big shot of Morning Pride Academy was obviously angry. Suddenly being suppressed by such a powerful aura, even a nascent soul paragon expert like Ren Zhongyuan could not bear it. He staggered and almost made a fool of himself on the spot. Ren Zhongyuan instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and only now did he realize that he had really been too complacent. He had thought that by relying on the sweet taste of the Thunder Xian pill, he would definitely be able to deal with a master and disciple pair. He had completely forgotten that the other party was a big shot of the academy. How could such an existence be so easily controlled by him? You're still not leaving? Could it be that you want me to invite you? Seeing that Ren Zhongyuan's expression was uncertain and he was still hesitating, Lu Ziyu could not help but let out a cold snort. She was really a little angry. This brat really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. If not for the fact that he had a bit of a background, she would have long since punished him. No, I'll leave right now, I'll leave right now. Ren Zhongyuan did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly left in a daze. When he went out, he even knocked into the door frame, and tears came out from the pain. Looking at Ren Zhongyuan's clown-like back, Lu Ziyu shook her head repeatedly. She did not know why she felt that this brat was actually worthy of Dai 2 days ago. Compared to Lin Yi, this kind of trash was like the difference between heaven and earth. Although there were times when anyone would make a mistake, this time around, Lu Ziyu had not only made a mistake, she was simply blind. Luckily, she had not made a huge mistake, or else it would be too late for regrets. Unknowingly, in Lu Ziyu's heart, Lin Yi had already become the best choice for her disciple. Although other than Ning Xuefei and Hui Yudi, Lin Yi still maintained very subtle, ambiguous relationships with girls like Han Jingjing and Shangwan Laner. Shanghai Tianhua and Ning Shangling did not say anything, so what else did she have to say? The thoughts and foresight of these two old friends were much more brilliant than her, the Academy's vice headmaster. Their tacit agreement to remain silent meant that they had tacitly approved and connived with Lin Yi. What did this mean? No one was a fool. Facing a super genius like Lin Yi, all so-called rules and traditions were just fleeting clouds. There would always be people in this world who could transcend the rules, and Lin Yi was clearly one of them. Shanghai Tianhua and Ning Shangling understood this better than anyone else. Chapter 4760. At this time, at the edge of West Island, in an uninhabited cave near the endless sea, two people were sitting, and they were exchanging cups with great interest. Although this place was on the shore, because it was too close to the sea, any wave could submerge the cave. Sometimes, sea beasts would even appear, eyeing them covetously. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. The officials of West Island made it clear that life and death were unpredictable here, and ordinary cultivators didn't dare to set foot here. However, these two people seemed quite relaxed and didn't take the warning seriously at all. There was no other reason. Their strength was enough to ignore this little danger, because one of them was the mysterious black-clothed man, and the other was the top master of the Spirit Beast clan, the new Azure Dragon. Except for Miss Luan, the immediate superior of the center, no matter where the mysterious black-clothed man appeared, he was absolutely arrogant and domineering, and had never lowered his head to anyone. However, this time, he was willing to sit next to Azure Dragon, and his tone sounded a little humble. Since the mysterious black-clothed man treated him like this, it showed the terrible strength of the new Azure Dragon. After all, he was the top master of the Spirit Beast clan, and nominally, he was on the same level as Vermilion Bird. One was a member of the Center, and the other was the top elder of the Spirit Beast clan. If people knew that the two of them would meet in such a place, it would definitely cause an uproar. However, since they chose such a place, naturally, they couldn't be easily discovered. Even those old monsters in West Island who didn't come into the world couldn't find out a little bit. No one knew what the two of them said, but judging from the atmosphere of drinking, both of them seemed to be quite satisfied with this first meeting. No one knew whether they reached some kind of cooperation or formed some kind of alliance. No one knew all this except for themselves, no third party would know. If someone accidentally heard a word or two, needless to say, they would definitely be thrown into the sea to feed the sea beasts, and it was impossible for them to live to the next day. The next day, the wharf of West Island was full of people, and the huge treasure ship with the logo of the 3 pavilions of North Island docked steadily on the edge of the wharf. After staying in West Island for 2 months, it was finally time for the delegation from North Island to go home. The treasure ship's warehouse had been filled with the gifts from West Island, and a group of disciples from North Island had boarded the ship one after another. Lan Tiefu and Gong Yangjia were still very low-key, quietly mingling in the crowd. At this moment, the happiest ones were Kong Xiaoming and Su Lingqiu. From the moment they stepped on the ship, their nerves that had been stretched taut for a long time could finally relax. For the past few days, they had been living in fear every day, and no one could withstand such a brutal mental pressure. They simply couldn't breathe under the pressure. If they didn't become mentally ill, they would have to praise their perseverance. What they didn't know was that they were purely wasting their feelings. Ning Shangling had ordered the disciples from West Island not to take action without permission. After all, as the host, they should have the bearing of a host. Otherwise, without this order, they would have been torn into pieces by the indignant disciples of West Island. It was useless to hide in the envoy's mansion, because they had to die. On the deck of the wharf, Lin Yi was saying goodbye to Shanghai Laner and others. Although he was the special envoy of North Island personally appointed by Shanghai Tianhua, he was now the future Fuma of West Island. Before he sent Ning Shuifei to Dongzhou College according to Ning Shangling's order, he couldn't go back to North Island alone without permission. Little junior brother, don't worry. I'll take good care of Jingjing and wait for you to come back. You can stay with Fei Fei with peace of mind. Shanghai Laner patted her chest and promised. This time, although Lin Yi didn't go back to North Island, she had Han Jingjing by her side. After all, Lin Yi would accompany Ning Shuifei to Dongzhou College soon in West Island. Then, Han Jingjing could only stay here alone. With her personality of a scientific research nerd, Lin Yi didn't feel at ease leaving her alone, so he simply suggested that she go to North Island with Shanghai Laner first, so they could keep each other company. Han Jingjing didn't have any objection to this. It was really meaningless for her to stay in West Island alone, and her research could also be done in North Island. After all, what Ning Shuifei could customize in West Island, Shanghai Laner could also do in North Island. Even though Si Haixiao was once beaten into a fool by a Shanghai Tianhua's men in public, as long as Shanghai Laner said something, he, as the manager of the branch of the Central Chamber of Commerce, would never dare to disobey. Unless the Central Chamber of Commerce didn't want to stay in North Island anymore, they could only try their best to please Shanghai Tianhua. After all, they lived under the same roof. I'm not worried about this, but Lan you'll have trouble when you go back. If you don't pack up a research room quickly, Jingjing won't be able to stay here for long, Lin Yi said with a smile. How many times have I told you to call me senior sister? Shanghai Laner patted Lin Yi's head with a serious look, then turned to look at Han Jingjing. She rolled her eyes and said, as for the research room, why don't I discuss with Grandpa and renovate his study? Anyway, it's quite big. Lin Yi suddenly burst into laughter. He looked at her speechlessly and said, if you really do that, I guess Cabinet Master Shangwan will have to put down his identity and PK with you in real life. I don't care. If you want me to let go of his study, then he has to be responsible for making a big research room for us. Jingjing, am I right? Shanghai Laner smiled proudly, and the little curly bear next to her also swaggered around, looking like he was going to defeat Shanghai Tianhua, which really made Lin Yi speechless. Han Jingjing pursed her lips and smiled. She walked over and gave Lin Yi a sweet hug. She whispered in his ear, Brother Lin Yi, come back soon. Jingjing is waiting for you in North Island. Hee. Don't worry, I'll come back to you after I send Fei Fei home. Lin Yi smiled and hugged her. To be honest, this girl seemed to have put on a little weight recently, and it was very comfortable to hold her chubby body. At this time, Han Jingjing didn't feel anything, but Shanghai Laner blushed. She pulled Han Jingjing over and complained in a low voice, Jingjing, you're so bad. What should I do if you hug my junior brother like this? Do you want me to hug him too? It's so embarrassing with so many people watching. It's just a hug. It doesn't matter, Han Jingjing said with a smile. I don't dare. After all, Shang Wanlan was not from the secular world. Although she was usually careless, she was still very shy at this time. If there were no one around, it would not be a big deal, but there were so many people watching. Chapter 4761. Everyone suddenly looked at each other, speechlessly. This girl was getting weirder and weirder. Hui Yudi, who came to see them off, couldn't help but say, "What about me? Sister Hua, you can hug little junior brother. When we leave, you can hug him as long as you want. As long as you can win Fei Fei." Shanghai Laner smiled and hugged her again. Her words made Hui Yudi blush and blame her again and again. In the end, when everyone was reluctant to say goodbye, the giant treasure ship blew the last horn of departure. Shanghai Laner and Han Jingjing boarded the treasure ship and desperately waved goodbye to Lin, Yi, and others. "See you later." Ning Xuefei and Hui Yudi also waved desperately. The two women's eyes were red and they were about to cry. Although Shanghai Laner was being funny, parting was not a happy thing after all. Especially, they were like sisters. After this separation, they didn't know when they would see each other again. "Don't worry, I will definitely let you get together in the future. I promise." Lin Yi comforted them softly. "Okay." Ning Xuefei and Hui Yudi nodded heavily at the same time. After looking at each other, they looked at Lin Yi and suddenly smiled through tears at the same time. Suddenly, Lin Yi was puzzled. What was going on? The world of girls was really difficult to understand. After the North Island, the fleet of South Continent left immediately. Of course, this fleet referred to the fleet brought by Qi Wen Han and Xia Luluo. As for the new Azure Dragon of the Spirit Beast clan, although he was also from South Continent, he was obviously not on the same side as them and had already left first. Qi Wen Han and Xia Luluo were leaving, so Lin Yi naturally had to see them off. This time, Ning Xuefei and Hui Yudi also came together. Although they had met several times during this period, they didn't talk much. Since they were good brothers of Lin Yi, of course, they had to keep in touch with each other. After all, they would be in the same camp in the future. Unlike the North Island, which only had one giant treasure ship, the South Continent's fleet used 3 treasure ships this time, which filled the large West Island pier. When Lin Yi and others found Qi Wen Han and Xia Luluo in the vast crowd, a group of South Continent's crew was busy carrying goods, and the scene seemed to be in full swing. This time, they didn't just come to celebrate. At the same time, they also came with the commission of various chambers of commerce in the South Continent to buy various kinds of West Island specialties. It seemed that the 3 treasure ships were about to be full. Haha, as expected of the Boat King, sending out 3 treasured ships at once. I really can't think of anyone who could be so generous. Lin Yi brought the 2 girls to Qi Wen Han's side and said with a smile. In terms of models, each of the 3 treasure ships was much smaller than the one on the northern island, but they were all medium-sized. Moreover, the sight of the 3 treasure ships lined up together was truly shocking. Brother Ling, Qi Wen Han, and Xia Luoluo greeted him with a smile. Then, they realized that Ning Xuefei and Hui Yudi had also come. They were instantly flattered and hurriedly bowed to them. Ning Xuefei and Hui Yudi respectfully returned the greeting. Because they weren't too familiar with Qi Wen Han, the 2 of them had the appearance of a lady from a respectable family. They had received this kind of education since they were young. In addition, their looks and temperament were 1 in a million. Although their graceful bearing wasn't as natural as Ning Shangling's, it was enough to stun everyone present. Qi Wen Han couldn't help but secretly give Lin Yi a thumbs up. Even a random woman by his side was so beautiful and enviable. His brother was really a man's role model. You're going back to the South Continent soon. I don't know when we can meet again, so I have to ask you to bring your engagement gifts first. Otherwise, it won't be right if you don't get the gifts when the time comes, Lin Yi said with a smile. Engagement. Qi Wen Han was stunned. During this period of time, He had only cared about sticking to Xia Luoluo like glue. He really hadn't thought about this seriously. This was a big deal, but although Xia Luoluo had agreed, the Xia family might not be so easy to deal with. Xia Luo's pretty face instantly blushed. She was lovely and charming, and the space between her brows was full of shyness and happiness. Of course, this kind of happy event should be done sooner rather than later. Brother Qi, don't tell me you want to waste Miss Xia's time like this. You're too heartless, aren't you? Lin looked at him mischievously, then took out an exquisite wooden box from his bosom. He had asked Ning Xuefei to find it. The miniature map of the South Continent was engraved with a big happiness character. It was not only grand, but also festive. Brother Ling, I still haven't thought of what to do. It won't be easy to get past the Xia family. Qi Wenhan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although he didn't know what was inside the box, since it was an engagement gift, he would not refuse it. After all, this was Lin Yi's kind intentions. Xia Luoluo's expression was somewhat complicated. Even though she was very willing to be with Qi Wenhan, she was not alone. Protecting the family's interests was the first principle that had been instilled in her mind since she was young. If Qi Wenhan could not satisfy the Xia family, especially if her father gave his approval, this matter would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There's no rush. Let's take a look at the gift first. Lin Yi smiled. Qi Wenhan and Xia Luoluo couldn't help but stare blankly. From their point of view, opening someone else's gift in front of them was a very rude thing to do. However, under the urging of Lin Yi's gaze, they still opened the box. 2 pills that were faintly flickering with electricity came into view. Thunder Profound pills. Qi Wenhan and Xia Luoluo instantly cried out involuntarily. Fortunately, their reactions were fast enough to cover their mouths in time. Otherwise, other passersby would have heard them. This time, Xia Luoluo was completely shocked. Her eyes flashed with a look of disbelief. She covered her mouth, unable to speak for a long time. The last time Lin Yi had given her a golden condensed nascent soul pill was already shocking enough. She didn't think that this time it would be even more exaggerated. He had directly given her a 7th grade Thunder Profound pill, and 2 of them at that. Previously, it was a golden condensed nascent soul pill that could guarantee a nascent soul. Now it was followed by 2 Thunder Profound pills. If she had not personally experienced it, Xia Luoluo would never have imagined that such a bold man could exist under the heavens. Compared to this person, the so-called super geniuses of her family were not even worth mentioning. They would only make a fool of themselves. Brother Ling, this... Qi Wenhan choked for a long time before he weakly asked in a low voice, "Did you refine these yourself?" If he didn't know that Lin, he had just obtained a Thunder Profound vine. Even he wouldn't dare believe that Lin Yi could refine Thunder Profound pills. After all, an existence like a 7th grade alchemist could not be found in the entire South Continent, other than the Spirit Beast clan, in all the other human cultivators' territories. Chapter 4762. Upon hearing this, Qi Wenhan's mouth was wide open. After a long while, he quickly put the box back and looked at Lin Yi as if he was a monster. Bro Ling, are you sure you're not the reincarnation of the legendary Dan god Zhongliju? I think you should investigate your past life. Seriously. Then do I have to go down to hell and have a chat with Yama? Lin Yi rolled his eyes, speechless. Sure, if there really was a Yama, I'm sure he'd cry and look at you in a different light. If you call him master, maybe he'll take you in as a grandson and send you back to show off. Huh? Qi Wenhan laughed. Nah, I'm a coward. I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. Lin Yi curled his lips. Huh? Qi Wenhan laughed heartily, unable to hide the excitement on his face. He pretended to be calm as he looked at Lin Yi. Seriously, thank you, bro. Lin Yi looked at his clenched fists as if he was about to jump into the sea. He couldn't help but laugh. Since we're brothers, there's no need to thank me. Qi Wenhan could only nod. His gratitude was indescribable. Just as Lin Yi had said, these 2 Thunder Xian pills came at the right time for him and Xia Luoluo. With his current strength and background, if he were to go to House Ya and ask for their hand in marriage, he would have some confidence in persuading them, but he couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate. Who knew what would happen? At the end of the day, although the Heaven's Equal Security Agency was the new hegemon of the South Continent, compared to House Ya, who was a ship's king, they had no foundation at all. Even if they gathered all their resources to prepare a betrothal gift, it would still be hard for House Ya to look at it. But with these two Thunder Xian pills, it was completely different. The Thunder Xian pill itself was extremely precious, but the meaning behind it was even rarer. Once House Xian knew that House Qi had such a powerful ally, then it wouldn't be House Qi who would suck up to them. Instead, they would need to suck up to House Qi. Although he was young, he had the terrifying strength to kill a profound ascending stage master. At the same time, he was also the prince consort of West Island. What was even rarer was that he was a 7th-grade alchemist. Qi Wenhan had such a heaven-defying good brother. If the Xia family still obstructed Xia Luo's marriage, it could only mean that the brains of the Xia family's higher-ups were all filled with water. Furthermore, they were all foot-washing water that had been rotten for hundreds of years. Qi Wenhan was so excited that he couldn't calm down, and Xia Luo was so happy that she didn't know what to say. Looking at their sweet faces, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. By the way, if there's anything in the future, remember to ask the Hong Enterprise Chamber of Commerce to send a message to the North Island. I'll wait for your good news. All right, you too, Brother Ling. Don't forget that you also have a share in the Equal Heaven Escort Agency. If you have any problems in the future, don't forget about us. Although our strength is not that great, we can still support you. All it takes is a single word, Qi Wenhan said solemnly. At this time, all the goods had been loaded, and the fleet was already urging Qi Wenhan to board the ship. Lin Yi immediately smiled and waved goodbye, saying, "Got it. Be careful on the way. Have a safe journey. Brother Ling, take care." Qi Wenhan hammered Lin Yi with red eyes. Xia Luo bowed deeply, and then solemnly said goodbye to Ning Shuifei and Huiyuti. Then the two boarded the treasure ship under the urging. The magnificent fleet of 3 treasure ships soon set sail, leaving only 3 magnificent shadows on the sea. Shangguan Laner and Han Jingjing left, and so did Qi Wenhan and Xia Luo. Now Lin Yi had no acquaintances in West Island, and he could only accompany Ning Shuifei and Huiyuti all day long. Although it was a little boring, the two girls were quite satisfied with this kind of life. For them, they wouldn't be bored with Lin Yi's company. Even if it was just a chat, they would be in high spirits. This kind of life didn't last long. 3 days later, as the last foreign envoy group to land in West Island, the East Continent envoy group finally set sail. But different from other envoy groups, this time they would bring 2 guests, Ning Shuifei and Lin Yi. Ning Shangling had already booked a college for her daughter during this time. Without further ado, she could just hitch a ride with the East Continent envoy group. Anyway, Lu Ziyu would take care of them all the way, so she didn't have to worry about any problems. However, since the Princess of West Island and the Fuma of West Island were going to East Continent, it was a big event for the whole West Island, and a grand and spectacular farewell ceremony was absolutely indispensable. On this day, the whole pier of West Island was crowded, including Ning Shangling, the island owner of West Island. Almost all the high-level officials of West Island showed up, just to watch Ning Shuifei and Lin Yi board the ship. This kind of scene made Lin Yi secretly speechless. Originally, boarding the ship was a simple thing, but now it looked like some kind of ancient ceremony, majestic and solemn. This is really a big scene. People who don't know might think that we are going to go to war. I only heard that there is such a grand sacrificial ceremony when soldiers go to war. Today is an eye-opener. Lin Yi sighed to Ning Shuifei beside him in a low voice. He had seen all kinds of farewell parties, but it was the first time for him to see such a big scene and such a complicated ceremony. Ning Shuifei didn't say anything, but Ning Shangling, who was not far away, laughed. She glanced at Lin Yi and said, "Do you think it's a little fuss?" In fact, this is the rule passed down by the ancestors of West Island, and it can be regarded as a rehearsal for the succession ceremony. If we don't do this, Fei-Fei's succession in the future will seem unjustified, and there will be trouble. So, every time Fei-Fei goes out, there is such a big scene. Lin Yi was shocked. That's not true. Only when she goes out for the first time in Dongzhou, and the purpose is to pray for the future island owner. At other times, there is no such treatment. Otherwise, this girl always wants to sneak out to play, and then we don't have to do business. Ning Shangling shook her head and laughed. I didn't sneak out. I left you a note. Ning Shuifei corrected her righteously. Yeah, when I saw the note in the corner, you had already run to the North Island, and you still have the face to say that. Ning Shangling hugged Ning Shuifei affectionately, then turned to Lin Yi and said seriously, Lin Yi, please take good care of Fei-Fei for me. Aunt Ning, don't worry, I will. Lin Yi nodded heavily. 2 hours later, the ceremony in West Island finally ended. Although Ning Shuifei and Lin Yi hadn't officially boarded the ship, Ning Shangling had already left with the disciples of West Island. After all, if they continued to block here, these people from Dongzhou didn't have to board the ship because they couldn't squeeze through the crowd. Chapter 4763. Of course, the traditional ceremony couldn't be neglected, but they wouldn't insist on it. After that, they still had to follow the rules of the East Continent's envoy group. Even Ning Shuifei didn't want to be special at all and obediently followed the disciples of the East Continent to line up. At this moment, a super spectacular behemoth was parked at the pier of the West Island. Lin Yi thought that the giant treasure ship from the North Island was of the top scale, but he didn't expect that the one from the East Continent was several times larger. They were not in the same level at all. Moreover, it had just been refurbished, so it looked quite dignified and vast, which made people feel awe. What shocked Lin, especially, was that this super treasure ship had formations flashing repeatedly, and the terrible breath it emitted was frightening. This ship is so powerful. Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim sincerely. Ning Shuifei, who was next to him, had small stars in her eyes. It seemed that she couldn't wait to dismantle this behemoth and study it carefully. The treasure ship was the pinnacle of the blacksmiths on the Heaven Stage Island, especially the one in front of her, which was the pinnacle of the pinnacle. This was the goal she had always pursued. Legend has it that this ship was built by an almighty expert in ancient times. It's different from those other treasured ships. It's an ancient warship. Huiyuti had already lined up behind the two of them, and she smiled as she explained. Ancient warship? Lin Yi was suddenly shocked. The treasure ship could cross the endless sea, and it also had various formations set up. Although they were all defensive, they were already extraordinary. However, compared with this ancient warship, it was nothing. The treasure ship could only carry people, but the warship could attack cities and territories effortlessly. Once the attack formation was activated, it was estimated that it could easily take down a city. Looking at this magnificent behemoth, Lin Yi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He didn't feel anything when he looked at the giant treasure ship before, but now, when he looked at this ancient warship, he couldn't help but think that it would be great if he could have such a ship. Of course, this was obviously unrealistic. Even North Island and West Island didn't have this kind of ancient battleship. It was estimated that only East Continent had such a few, or even only one. Not to mention that Lin Yi was just a master at the middle stage of Yuanying realm. Even if he was in the mountain opening realm, or even the earth opening realm, he couldn't have it. He could only imagine it. As they discussed the various rumors about the ancient warship, the three of them lined up to board the warship. Before boarding, they had to check their belongings to prevent anyone from bringing dangerous items that could threaten their safety. This was the most basic rule. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion not far behind them. From afar, they could see that the orderly queue had been disrupted. It seemed like there were two people escorting a person at the back to forcefully cut the queue. There were even loud curses coming from above. Get out of my way. Let Junior's sister carry board the boat first. This voice sounded a little familiar. Lin Yi took a closer look and found that it was Yi Xiaotian, who had been in contact with him before. At this time, he and Ren Zhongyuan were protecting Yao Jieli and cutting the queue violently. The people in front of them reacted a little slower and were directly kicked away by them. They were angry but dared not to speak. Lin Yi couldn't help frowning when he saw this. At this time, Lu Ziyu was still saying goodbye to Ning, shangling at the back. These two people dared to be so arrogant and unscrupulous. It seemed that they were used to being domineering. Along the way, Ren Zhongyuan and the others soon came to the side. They habitually wanted to kick people to open the way, but after being glanced by Lin Yi's cold eyes, they were suddenly stunned. After all, the people in front of them were not ordinary people. One was the princess of West Island, Ning Xuefei, and the other was Lu Ziyu's personal disciple, Hui Yudi. If they dared to treat the two girls the way they treated other people, they probably couldn't even think about leaving West Island, let alone returning to East Continent safely. Line up at the back. Lin Yi looked at them coldly. You, Ren Zhongyuan, Yi shouted yawn, and Yao Jieli suddenly choked. Although they were angry, they really didn't dare to do anything to Lin Yi and the others. It was really unexpected that people like Ning Xuefei and Hui Yudi didn't get on the boat first. Instead, they lined up here obediently, which was really unexpected. They thought that this kind of privileged person had already boarded the ship, so they dared to act arrogantly here. As for the ordinary disciples and attendants, in their eyes, they had no status at all. If they wanted to beat them, they could scold them, and if they wanted to, they could scold them. Who would dare to resist? Who knew that they would be humiliated here? Ren Zhongyuan and the others couldn't help but secretly think, are Ning Xuefei and the others crazy? They could obviously get on the boat first, but they had nothing better to do and waited here to line up. They must be crazy. Now Ning Xuefei and Hui Yudi stood in front of them. No matter how arrogant they were, they dared not to continue to cut the line. This was the territory of West Island. If they were accused of violating the princess of West Island, they would be grounded when they went back. They could only line up resentfully. Lin Yi didn't pay attention to them and continued to talk and laugh with Ning Xuefei and Hui Yudi. He didn't pay attention to Ren Zhongyuan and the others at all. To be honest, with Lin Yi's current level, if he still paid attention to them, he would overestimate these people. Ren Zhongyuan was angry when he saw Lin Yi. Now seeing his arrogant look, he was even angrier. He immediately lowered his voice and warned with an arrogant face, "Boy, you are just a disciple of North Island. Don't think that you can do anything as the prince consort of West Island. When you come to Dongzhou, you're nothing at all. You're just a poor frog at the bottom of a well." "Oh, what kind of frog are you? Bullfrog or toad?" Lin Yi smiled and retorted sarcastically. "I am." Ren Zhongyuan was almost fooled. When he saw Hui Yudi and Ning Xuefei covering their mouths and laughing, he suddenly reacted. He was so angry that his face turned red. He snorted and said, "Humph, I don't want to waste my breath on you. If you don't want to die, be the prince consort of West Island and stay away from my junior sister Yudi. Otherwise, you won't even know how you die." Hui Yudi and Ning Xuefei's faces changed. When they were about to scold him, Lin Yi stretched out his hand and stopped them. He smiled lazily and said, "Is that so? Since you are so brilliant, may I ask, how will I die?" "Hey, you arrogant boy, listen carefully. Brother Ren is the boss of our boat. Everything on the boat is decided by Brother Ren. How do you think you will die?" At this time, two subordinates suddenly appeared behind Ren Zhongyuan. They were Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu. Chapter 4764. He is the boss of this ship? Do you mean that this ancient battleship belongs to his family? Lin Yi pretended to be surprised. Sun Baolu suddenly choked. Of course, this ancient battleship couldn't belong to Ren Zhongyuan's family. This kind of thing couldn't be owned by any Yellow Step Academy, let alone Ren Zhongyuan's family. If this was spread out, people would laugh their heads off. You know nothing. Although this ancient battleship is not Brother Ren's, it can be borrowed temporarily because of Brother Ren's father's connections. Of course, Brother Ren has the final say, Li Yuzhou quickly retorted. When Lin Yi heard this, he was really a little surprised. Being able to borrow an ancient battleship of this scale, it seemed that Ren Zhongyuan's father seemed to be very popular. The status of a 7th grade alchemist was really high. No wonder this kid was so arrogant. It seemed that he did have some capital. Yes, you're such a blind guy. You dare to offend Brother Run on the ship. You really don't know how to die. Son Baolu shouted arrogantly, unwilling to be outdone. It was a rare opportunity for the two of them to express their loyalty, and they racked their brains to squeeze Lin Yi. Just as they were getting excited, Lu Ziyu's cold voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Why aren't you lining up properly? What are you guys doing blocking the way here? Hearing this voice, Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu immediately shivered, almost peeing their pants in fright. They hurriedly hid behind Ren Zhongyuan. Right now, the person they were most afraid of seeing was Lu Ziyu. What if this academy's bigwig suddenly decided to punish them, or even throw them into the sea to feed the sea beasts? Lu Ziyu didn't even look at them. Unless Wei Yudi's reputation was really damaged, she naturally wouldn't care about such a small character at her level. It would only bring disgrace to her identity and make others laugh at her. Deputy Dean Liu, you misunderstood. We were just chatting casually, lest some people don't know the rules and lose their lives after boarding the ship. Ren Zhongyuan glanced at Lin Yi with a faint smile. Although he hated Lin Yi in his heart for a long time, he couldn't do anything these days in West Island. He could only watch Wei Yudi hang out with this guy all day long. But now it was different. He had waited for the day where he could turn things around. As long as he boarded the ship, it would be his territory. He could do whatever he wanted with Lin Yi. Even with Lu Ziyu holding the fort, it was useless. After all, it was impossible for this old woman to monitor the situation in real time. When the time came, there would be plenty of opportunities. Lin Yi smiled indifferently. After bowing to Lu Ziyu, he continued chatting with Ning Shuifei and Hui Yudi. As for Ren Zhongyuan's so-called threat, he really didn't take it to heart. After boarding the ship, according to the order, the first thing they did was to assign rooms. Although Ren Zhongyuan could indeed give orders in many things, even the assignment of rooms for most disciples was decided by him. Unfortunately, this matter was related to Ning Shuifei, the princess of West Island. No matter how bold he was, he didn't dare to interfere in this kind of thing, so he could only let Lu Ziyu personally assign rooms. Ning Shuifei's room was next to Hui Yudi's, and Lin Yi, as the future emperor's son-in-law of West Island, naturally had to be arranged near Ning Shuifei's room, which was directly opposite to Hui Yudi's. This arrangement really made Ren Zhongyuan so angry that his teeth itched. That was the room he dreamed of. He finally realized that Lu Ziyu, this old woman, not only didn't stop Lin Yi and Hui Yudi from approaching, but also took the initiative to create opportunities for them. She was really shameless. Everything was ready, and the ancient warship finally slowly left the pier of West Island amidst the cheers of countless people, accompanied by the ancient and desolate sound of a horn. It rode the wind and broke through the waves, heading toward the endless sea. It was rare to see an ancient warship, and Lin Yi had wanted to take this opportunity to take a good look around it. Unfortunately, he was told that he could only move around in the living area. As for the confidential areas, such as the weapons and formations, only the warship's operators were allowed to enter. Other outsiders were not allowed to take even half a step closer, including people like Lu Ziyu and Ren Zhongyuan. It was only then that Lin Yi understood. It turned out that this ancient warship couldn't even be considered as a rental. All the operations were handled by its original crew, and the others were just temporary passengers. I had thought that I could broaden my horizons. What a pity. After coming to this conclusion, Lin Yi could only shake his head resentfully. Yes, what a pity. Ning Shuifei, who was standing beside him, also sighed. Her interest in this ancient warship was only greater than that of Lin Yi's, but she couldn't even take a look around. She had wasted such a good opportunity. Although she was the princess of West Island, she had never had the chance to ride on such an ancient warship before. Stop complaining, you too. I heard from Master that some academies still have ancient warship blueprints. When the time comes, we can just think a way to get them and take a look. Who knows, Fei Fei, You might even be able to make one with Jingjing. Hui Yudi chuckled and comforted her. For some reason, she was especially interested in the words of the secular world. Really? Then we can give it a try. Ning Xuefei's eyes instantly lit up. Seeing her reaction, Lin Yi was speechless. Even if they could really get their hands on the blueprints, it wasn't something that could be created just because they wanted to. Han Jingjing was only talented in creating advanced technological products, but Lin Yi thought of another person. That person was the Junk King. Perhaps one day, he would be able to create a warship. At this time, a melodious horn sounded on the ship. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. Could something have happened? No, this horn means that it's time to eat. Let's go now. Hui Yudi smiled and immediately led the two of them to the canteen. Previously, when Lin Yi saw the canteen of the giant treasure ship in the North Island, he already felt that it was very luxurious and luxurious. However, when he saw the super standard canteen of this ancient warship, he suddenly had an idea. People from the East Continent really knew how to enjoy themselves. It wasn't just Lin Yi. Even Ning Xuefei was dumbfounded. The princess of West Island had seen a lot of good stuff in her life, but this was the first time she'd seen a ship's cafeteria that was this exaggerated. Resplendent gold and jade would only seem tacky, whereas this cafeteria before him was simply an indoor paradise with an extremely high style. Various delicacies were placed on the beautiful jade pawns, and they could be obtained by just taking a few steps. Not only was it extraordinarily elegant, it even caused others to unconsciously open their mouths and sigh endlessly with praise. Ning Xuefei excitedly took a plate of pastries from the jade pool and tasted it. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she couldn't stop praising it. Well, Lin Yi, you should also try it. This pastry is so delicious. It's not worse than our West Islands at all. Chapter 4765. After that, he found that Ning Xuefei's words were true. The pastries of the West Island were the best in the heavenly stage island. After all, it was a country of women. However, the pastries here were not only not inferior, but even slightly better. It is said that the owner of this ancient warship is a superb gourmet, so every chef on a ship is a famous chef on the heavenly stage island. Moreover, the characteristics of the food from all over the world are gathered here. Being able to eat here is a dream of many gourmets. Hui Yudi explained with a smile. Really? Then I can't let go of this opportunity. I'm going to eat a lot. Ning Xuefei suddenly turned into a foodie. Taking a plate of pastries was not enough. Her eyes shone as she looked around for delicious food. That sweeping posture made Lin Yi stunned. He had not seen this side of her before. Fortunately, he was not short of spiritual jades. Otherwise, he really could not afford to raise this foodie princess. Yudi, is this place a formation? Lin Yi did not care much about eating, but was quite curious about the strange abundance of spiritual energy here. This spiritual energy flowed naturally, and it did not seem to be purely accumulated by a large number of spiritual jades. And my master said that this is a very special chi gathering array. It can condense the spiritual energy in the sea for my use. Hui Yudi nodded. Can condense the spiritual energy in the sea. Lin, he was suddenly surprised. This technology was actually so awesome. However, on second thought, if it could not be replenished in the sea at any time, with the tonnage of this ancient warship, no matter how many spiritual jades it had, it would not be enough for its consumption. During the conversation, Ning Xuefei had already swept a basket of delicious food around. The entire cafeteria had more than a dozen quaint pavilions for people to eat and drink. When the three of them found the nearest one and were about to eat, they found a few familiar faces coming in. It was Ren Zhongyuan and his group. Enemies on a narrow road. Ren Zhongyuan saw Lin Yi and Hui Yudi together, and suddenly his eyes were burning with anger. His mind was full of thoughts of throwing Lin Yi into the sea to feed the sea beasts. However, there were many people here. No matter how confident he was, he could not do anything to Lin Yi, the prince consort of the West Island. With a cold snort, he walked to the next table with Xiaotian and the others and sat down. Lin Yi, of course, wouldn't take the initiative to pick a fight with this guy. He continued enjoying the food with the two girls as they chatted and laughed, completely unaffected by the appearance of these people. The more Lin Yi was like this, the more Renjong Yuan was angry. At this time, he was not in the mood to eat. At this time, he was not in the mood to eat. At this time, he gave a Yuzhou and gave him a look. The two men immediately nodded. Kid, our big bro Ren is generous enough to give you one last chance. Either you make a clean break with Miss Hua and kowtow to our big bro Run, or you can quit your job. I guarantee that you won't even know how you died. Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu walked to Lin Yi's side and threatened him coldly. Even Renjong Yuan and Lin Yi were not taken seriously, let alone these small fries. Although he was too lazy to deal with them, they had come looking for trouble, so he would not spoil them. Without raising his head, he said indifferently, "Scram or die." Yo-ho, you're quite arrogant. Do you really think that no one dares to touch you because you're the bullshit West Island's Fuma? To tell you the truth, your identity is equivalent to a pile of shit in the East Continent. Sun Baolu shouted as he stomped his foot. That's right. Even if we don't kill you, we still have a million ways to make you wish you were dead. Do you want to open your eyes today? Li Yuzhou sneered. Both of them had already made up their minds to trample on Lin Yi to show their loyalty to Renjong Yuan. After all, the photo incident was caused by this guy. It was a good opportunity for them to take revenge. As they spoke, they wanted to grab Lin Yi's collar. Although they were not strong enough, Renjong Yuan and the others were not far from them. They did not believe that Lin Yi would dare to resist. Otherwise, it would give Renjong Yuan an excuse to make things difficult for him. This brat would only die more miserably. However, Lin Yi did not move at all. He just glanced at them coldly. Immediately, they felt a gust of vital energy invading their bodies. Their knees felt as if they had been pounded with garlic, and they instantly lost feeling. With a plop, they knelt right in front of Lin Yi. Oh, you've admitted your mistake so quickly? Is everyone in your academy so warm and hospitable? Then I've really opened my eyes. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Hui Yudi and Ning Shuifei, who were beside him, could not help but smile at each other. Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu were scared out of their wits. Their hearts were filled with regret. Previously, during the trial, they had not seen the scene of Lin Yi slapping Scarface. This time, they had personally experienced it. How was this a soft persimmon? He was simply a great demon. What are you two doing? Quickly stand up. Renjong Yuan saw this and could not help but be angry. He did not know that these two had been subdued by Lin Yi without batting an eyelid. He thought that they were purely subdued by Lin Yi's aura. These two little brothers were so cowardly. How could he, the big brother, show his face? Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu almost cried when they heard this. If they could stand up, why would they kneel? They looked at Lin Yi with fear and trepidation. The two gritted their teeth and rolled back to Renjong Yuan's side. They stammered, Brother Run, this brat is strange. He actually played dirty with us. What? Renjong Yuan was shocked, but he did not show any fear. Instead, he felt that he had found an opportunity to attack. He immediately got up and walked towards Lin Yi's direction with an unfriendly expression. He did not believe that Lin Yi would dare to attack him unless this brat was really tired of living. Seeing that Renjong Yuan was about to attack, Lin Yi was calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. He continued to chat with the two girls as if there was no one else present. Whether it was Hui Yudi or Ning Shuifei, they did not look nervous at all. After all, the two of them were very clear about Lin Yi's strength. If Renjong Yuan dared to attack, he would only humiliate himself. There was nothing to worry about. Humph, do you really think that I don't dare to attack you? I'm sorry to tell you that you've miscalculated. Today, I'm going to discipline you, the Emperor's son-in-law, on behalf of West Island, in case that you don't know how to behave properly when you go to Dongzhou and bring hatred to West Island. Renjong Yuan sneered. Then he raised his hand and was about to slap Lin Yi's face. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly moved, but he did not directly attack Ren Zhongyuan. Instead, he directly flipped the table without saying anything. Ning Shuifei had taken a lot of soup and water before, but she did not have time to drink a few mouthfuls. Now, all the soup and water were splashed on Ren Zhongyuan's face. For a moment, everyone present was dumbfounded. Ren Zhongyuan himself was a little confused. He stared blankly at the hot soup and did not know how to react for a moment. Chapter 4766. Lin Yi cried out with an aggrieved expression. I've already tolerated it time and time again. Why do you still have to force me? Is it really true that two tigers cannot live on the same mountain? Although I'm only at the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, I definitely won't lower my head to evil forces. We were just having a good meal, and you actually came over to flip our table. Ren Zhongyuan, aren't you too arrogant? Huh. Ren Zhongyuan watched Lin Yi's performance, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Just by looking at Lin Yi's aggrieved expression, he really wanted to flip his table for himself. What the fuck was going on? The others didn't react, and only Hui Yudi and Ning Shuifei were secretly laughing because they saw Lu Ziyu walking over at this moment from the corner of their eyes. What's wrong? What's with all this ruckus? Lu Ziyu questioned with a dignified expression. Actually, with Lu Ziyu's strength, even if she wasn't present, she could still clearly understand the situation just now. Now that she saw Lin Yi's serious acting, she almost laughed out loud. However, she also knew that Lin Yi was creating an opportunity for her to teach Ren Zhongyuan and his group a lesson. This group of people was becoming more and more unbridled, and even looked down on her. It was time to teach them a lesson. Vice Dean Liu, we were having a good meal here, and then he came over and flipped the table, intentionally making things difficult for us. I don't care, but Fei Fei is the princess of West Island, and this matter concerns the reputation of West Island. We can't just let it go like this. Lin Yi didn't give the other party a chance to speak at all, and immediately took advantage of the situation to accuse them. There's actually such a thing? Lu Ziyu instantly frowned, and her imposing manner pressed down on the heads of Ren Zhongyuan and his group. She said in an unfriendly tone, Ren Zhongyuan, even if this ship was temporarily borrowed by your father through his connections, it's now carrying the East Continent's diplomatic group and represents all the yellow stage academies in our East Continent. It doesn't belong to your family alone. I hope you're clear about this. The corners of Ren Zhongyuan's mouth twitched, and he immediately wanted to retort, but unfortunately, the other party didn't give him a chance to speak at all and interrupted him before he could finish a word. I've seen bold people, but this is the first time I've seen someone so stupid. How dare you flip Fei Fei's table? What do you mean? Do you want to take the opportunity to sow discord between our Dongzhou and West Island, or are you going to declare war on West Island on behalf of your Ren family? Lu Ziyu looked at him coldly. Ren Zhongyuan glanced at Lin Yi, who was still pretending to be wronged, and his face turned pale with anger. His fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He wanted nothing more than to tear this bastard to shreds on the spot. However, faced with Lu Ziyu's scolding, he could not say a single word and did not even dare to retort. He couldn't afford to destroy the relationship between East Island and West Island. As for the declaration of war between the Ren family and West Island, it was even more nonsense. Even if the Ren family had some capital compared with a giant like West Island, it was just an ant at the foot of an elephant. They were not on the same level at all. Aren't you going back to reflect on your mistakes? Do you really want things to get out of hand? Lu Ziyu snorted coldly and warned, remember, don't do it again. If you do it again, you don't need to alert West Island, and I'll be the first to punish you. After all, she was a giant of Dongzhou College. Ren Zhongyuan, an expert in the fulfillment of the nascent soul realm, could only be oppressed in front of her aura. He could only take his people away with a belly full of anger. He could also see that Lu Ziyu and Lin Yi were in cahoots. If he continued to fight, not only would he not get any benefits, he might even be beaten up more severely. Then he would suffer a great loss. Before leaving, Ren Zhongyuan gave Lin Yi a hateful look. His eyes were full of resentment. What happened today? It was not over. Looking at Ren Zhongyuan's embarrassed look like a drowned rat, and then looking at Lin Yi's aggrieved look, Huiyuti was speechless for a while, and then she laughed and said, "Your acting skills are not bad. I didn't know you were so bad before." Bad? I just did what he wanted to do. Lin Yi pinched his nose and chuckled. Come on, I can see it now. He didn't want to fight just now, but he probably didn't think of flipping the table. After all, we're all sitting here. No matter how brave he is, he wouldn't dare to flip Fei Fei's table. He shouldn't be that stupid. Well, Yudi shook her head. If Ren Zhongyuan really dared to do that, I wouldn't just scold him and be done with it. I would do it for real. Lu Ziyu looked at Lin Yi's innocent expression and couldn't help laughing. I really couldn't tell that you actually have such a bad side. Hearing that, Lin Yi was about to clear his name, but Ning Xiufei, who was at the side, had already rushed to expose. Aunt Lu, Sister Hua, don't be fooled by his appearance. Don't think that he's usually good, but he might actually be a liar. When I first met him in the northernmost island, he cheated hundreds of thousands of spirit jades from others. Is that so? Fei Fei, quickly tell us how Lin Yi cheated people. You haven't told me about the northernmost island yet. Hui Yuti's interest was instantly piqued. She pulled Ning Xiufei to another table and urged her. Lin Yi couldn't help but be speechless, especially when he saw that even Lu Ziyu revealed an interested expression. He instantly didn't know what to say. As expected, there was no difference in the size of a person's appetite for gossip. Even the Academy's big shots were no exception. He wondered if Ning Shangling, the West Island's island lord, was the same. On this side, the fire of gossip was burning fiercely. On the other side, Ren Zhongyuan, who was retreating in a sorry state, became angrier the more he thought about it. He didn't know how many things he had smashed along the way. He originally thought that once he arrived on the ship, it would be his territory, and he could do whatever he wanted with everything. For trash like Lin Yi, he could do whatever he wanted. He didn't expect that he would be made a fool the moment he arrived and end up with his face covered in dirt. This won't do. If we don't quickly think of a way to get back at him, it will only make that brat more and more arrogant. It doesn't matter much to us, but Brother Rin, you're in trouble. Otherwise, if this drags on for too long, Hui Yudi might really be seduced by that brat. Xiao Dian looked at Ren Zhongyuan's sorry state and said with a frown, I already said that Hui Yudi is a little slut. She knows that he is the West Island's prince consort, but she will probably shamelessly go up to him. In that case, Senior Brother Rin, you won't have a chance. Can you bear with this? Yao Jilly added oil to the fire. Nonsense, of course I can't bear it. Ren Zhongyuan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. However, when he thought of Lu Ziyu's warning just now, he felt a little uncertain. He said helplessly, but Lu Ziyu, that old woman, is obviously protecting him. If we do it openly, she might really take the opportunity to flip out. No one can predict what the consequences will be. Chapter 4767. Brother Ren, if we can't do in the open, we can do in the dark. Can't we think of a way to get back at him? At this time, Li Yuzhou interrupted cautiously. He and Sun Baolu's knees were injured by Lin Yi, and they still couldn't stand up until now. They could only crawl on the ground with their hands. If they brought a bowl, they could go out and beg for food. They hated Lin Yi to the core. Yes, let's give him a taste of his own medicine. We can also make him suffer in silence. Sun Baolu echoed. Let's give him a taste of his own medicine? How? Can you think of a way for me? Ren Zhongyuan glanced at the two impatiently and frowned. This matter must not be delayed. If we reach the East Continent, we don't know which college that kid and Ning Xiufei will go to. At that time, it will be too late to deal with him. We must act before he gets off the ship. Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu suddenly looked at each other. This kind of thing was easy to say, but to really think of a reasonable and feasible idea, it was really not something that could be thought of in a short time. Isn't it just empty slander? In my opinion, this matter is actually not difficult. Brother Ren, have you forgotten that the disciples of the East Continent have to work on the ship in shifts? Even we are no exception. Although that kid has the title of West Island's son-in-law, he definitely can't make an exception. After all, he's going to the East Continent College to study, so naturally, he has to follow our East Continent's rules. Xiaodian pinched his chin and said, "Yes, as long as he works on shifts, we have a chance to frame him and let him taste the feeling of being unable to explain himself." Ren Zhongyuan clapped his hands excitedly. "So, Brother Ren, you have already thought of what to do?" Xiaodian asked with interest. "Yes, you guys just wait and watch the show. This time, I must force this West Island son-in-law to a dead end, he." Killing intent flashed in Ren Zhongyuan's eyes. Although he did not dare to act openly due to Lu Ziyu's intimidation, as long as it could make Lin Yi unable to explain himself, even Lu Ziyu would not be able to protect him. The next day, just as Ren Zhongyuan and the rest had expected, all the East Continent disciples, including Lin Yi and Ning Xuefei, were assigned to work in shifts. Ning Xuefei's task was to follow Hui Yudi and the rest to clean the deck. As for Lin Yi, he was assigned to the canteen, where he was responsible for putting all kinds of delicacies into the immortal stone jade pool. This kind of task was purely to run errands. Anyway, there was nothing special about the place where the food was placed. As long as it could be reached, it was fine. It was neither laborious nor difficult. With just the strength of one person, Lin Yi easily finished the task in a short while. During lunchtime, the East Continent disciples came to the canteen in groups of 3 to 5. Naturally, Lin Yi was with Hui Yudi, Ning Xuefei, and the rest. Along the way, he passed by Ren Zhongyuan and the rest. However, what surprised him was that this guy only glanced at him coldly and did not come over to look for trouble. Could it be that he was really frightened by Lu Ziyu's words? But what did that sinister smile at the corner of his mouth mean? Lin Yi shook his head in confusion. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but he could not put his finger on it. For hours later, Lin Yi's bad premonition finally became reality. All the East Continent disciples had been poisoned. The symptoms were very strange. There was only a faintly discernible poisonous gas wandering around the meridians in their bodies. Other than that, there was nothing special. At first glance, everyone looked very normal. Even a circulation of vital qi was unimpeded. The only thing was that this poisonous gas was difficult to expel from the body no matter what method was used. If that was all, it would still be fine. The problem was that this poisonous gas would suddenly invade their heart meridians at some point in time, and once their heart meridians were invaded by the poisonous gas, they would not be far from death. All the East Continent disciples were gathered together, looking at each other worriedly. In these 4 hours, there were already 3 disciples whose heart meridians had been damaged, and it was Lu Ziyu who had barely managed to preserve their last breaths. Now, their lives were on the line, and there was a possibility that they would breathe their last at any moment. If they did not think of a way to get rid of the poisonous gas in their bodies as soon as possible, the others would suffer the same fate sooner or later. Perhaps all the East Continent disciples on the ship would lose their lives. Among everyone, only Lin Yi was not affected. He had a physique that was immune to all poisons, and it was very difficult for ordinary poisons to have any effect on him. However, the others did not know this, and thought that he had been poisoned as well. After all, even a big shot of the academy like Lu Ziyu had not been spared. The intensity of the poison was no small matter. For a moment, the atmosphere on the ship was extremely tense. Everyone was looking at each other and keeping their guard up against each other. With such a large-scale poisoning incident happening suddenly, it was definitely impossible to say that there was no one behind it. Vice Headmaster Lu, I believe that there must be the true culprit behind this incident. Only by quickly finding him will we be able to get the antidote. Ren Zhongyuan immediately jumped out and said. The others nodded as well, all of them shouting loudly to catch the true culprit. This matter concerned their lives, so there was no room for hesitation or delay. You have a clue? Lu Ziyu looked at him with a slight frown. Chapter 4768. The crowd nodded their heads in agreement. Although they had no idea why the culprit would do such a thing, It was the only logical way for the culprit to target all the disciples of the East Continent. You mean the culprits are those chefs? Lu Ziyu narrowed her eyes. She still felt that something was wrong, but since so many people agreed, she could only follow their train of thought and continue asking. It's possible, but the possibility is very small. They are all top-notch experts of the Heavenly Island. Poisoning their food is worse than killing them. Not to mention that their families are in the Eastern Continent College. There is no reason for them to do so. Ren Zhongyuan pinched his chin and analyzed objectively. That's right. They have little contact with us East Continent disciples. They shouldn't have a motive. Besides, if they really had the intention, they could have done it on the way to West Island. Why wait until now? Xiaodian echoed. Looking at the two of them echoing each other coldly, he could roughly guess what was going on. They had led the other's train of thought into their rhythm. Next, they would probably target him. In that case, who is it? Other people can't enter the kitchen without permission, so there shouldn't be a chance to poison the food. Lu Ziyu shook her head. The kitchen was not a place that could be easily sneaked in. No, the rest of us really don't have the chance to poison the food. Only one person meets this condition, and that is the person responsible for moving the food today. As long as we catch this person, all the problems will naturally be solved. Ren Zhongyuan revealed his fox's tail as expected. The person who moved the food today? Lu Ziyu frowned slightly. The rotation of work was arranged by special disciples. She really didn't know the specific division of labor. She immediately looked at the disciple and asked, "Who is it?" The disciple took out the name list and glanced at it. His expression changed, and he said, "It's Lin Yi." In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Yi. They were shocked and angry. These people didn't know Lin Yi and had no enmity with him. Who would have thought that this guy would deliberately poison people as soon as he got on the boat? Lin Yi? How could it be Lin Yi? Lu Ziyu was also shocked. She felt that something was wrong from the beginning, and now it was true. That's right, it's him. I saw him moving food before. Very soon, a disciple stood out to testify. Yes, I saw it too. Many other disciples chimed in. This matter was not a secret to begin with, and more than half of the East Continent disciples present had seen the scene of Lin Yi carrying the food. The crowd was agitated, and Lin Yi suddenly became the target of public criticism. He was instantly pushed to the opposite side of everyone. Under the threat of death, they could only grab onto this life-saving straw. Only by locking on Lin Yi, the real culprit, could they get the antidote. What a wild ambition. We were kind enough to give you a lift, but not only are you not grateful, you want to poison all of us to death. What are your intentions? Ren Zhongyuan looked at Lin Yi coldly, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously revealed a strange curve, as if his scheme had succeeded. There's no need to waste words with this scum. Hurry up and capture him to force out the antidote. We can't afford to delay any longer. What do you say, Deputy Dean Liu? Xiaodian encouraged the crowd. Yes, capture the real culprit and execute him. Hurry up and force out the antidote. Everyone was anxious as expected. Anyone who discovered that there was a poison gas like a ticking time bomb in their body would probably find it hard to maintain their rationality. Lu Ziyu couldn't help but be in a difficult position. She obviously didn't believe that it was Lin Yi who poisoned them, but now the situation was out of control. If she didn't do something, it would be hard to say what would happen next. Deputy Dean Liu, don't tell me you still want to protect him at this time? You are the leader of our East Continent's diplomatic mission. Don't tell me you really intend to disregard the lives of so many people. Are you determined to associate with this kind of wild ambition scum? Ren Zhongyuan sneered when he saw this. Yesterday, not only Lin Yi made a fool of him, but this old woman was also an accomplice. Of course, he had to make things difficult for her. Today, he had to force her to personally take action against Lin Yi. Lu Ziyu glared at him, but she couldn't directly refute at this time. Otherwise, so many East Continent disciples would really explode. To a certain extent, she had already been held hostage by public opinion. Even if she raised all kinds of doubts, it would only make everyone think that she was protecting Lin Yi which would aggravate everyone's dissatisfaction. Wait. At this time, Hui Yudi stood out and looked at Ren Zhongyuan coldly. You said that Lin Yi is the real culprit, but what about the motive? He has no enmity with so many of us. Why would he poison us? That's right. Lin Yi is our West Island son-in-law. You guys are framing him without any evidence. Do you really think our West Island is easy to bully? Ning Xuefei spoke up at the same time. Although her strength wasn't great, her status was there. She had been influenced by Ning Shangling since she was young. At this moment, she really had the aura of a superior. When everyone heard this, they instantly flinched. They weren't stupid. Lu Ziyu could see that there were many doubtful points in this, and so could they. They were so agitated purely to save trouble. If Lin Yi happened to be the real culprit, then they could directly get the antidote. If they couldn't get it, at most, they would just wrongly accuse Lin Yi. Chapter 4769. Aren't you framing me? I'll fucking kill you. More than half of the East Continent's disciples on this ship are my people, and they're naturally on my side. Even if it's a false testimony, I can force you to die. Ha ha. Sophistry. Hui Yudi and Ning Xuefei were so angry that their faces turned red when they heard these words. Only Lin Yi himself, who was the person involved, was calm and unperturbed, without any signs of panic. You may know a person for a long time, but you don't know his heart. Junior Sister Yudi and young Miss Ning, I advise you to stay away from this despicable person. Otherwise, you won't even know when you'll be killed by him. Who knows, you might even be helping him count the spirit jades after being sold by him. Ren Zhongyuan sneered. Vice Dean Liu, you've already said it like this. Isn't it inappropriate for you to drag it on and not state your position? Could it be that you're really determined to protect this brat? Yi Xiaotian seized the opportunity to force her to abdicate. He and Ren Zhongyuan had obviously discussed this beforehand. One was responsible for targeting Lin Yi, while the other would not give Lu Ziyu a chance to react, attacking from both sides. Right. Regardless of whether or not this kid is the real culprit behind the poisoning, as long as we capture him and use the soul-searching technique on him, it will be fine. The lives of so many of us in Vice Dean Liu's heart, could it be that they are not as important as a single kid? The others echoed in unison. Hui Yudi and Ning Xuefei were instantly anxious. The soul-searching technique caused irreparable damage to one's divine sense. Even if one reached the nascent soul stage, the soul-searching technique would cause great damage to one's vitality, and they might not be able to recover even after tens of years. These people clearly wanted to destroy Lin Yi. Lu Ziyu couldn't help but be in a dilemma. These people had been incited by Ren Zhongyuan and Yi Xiaotian, and even with her authority, it was very difficult to suppress them. This matter was really troublesome. However, at this moment, Lin Yi finally stood up. He still had a calm look on his face as he looked at Ren Zhongyuan and said, "You insist that I'm the one who poisoned them. Other than your own mind full of wild imaginations, do you have any substantial evidence? I remember that we have to check our belongings before boarding the ship. But now, we have poisoned the ship on such a large scale. I want to ask, how did you manage to smuggle so much poison on board without anyone knowing?" His words rendered everyone speechless. Poisoning required poison, but to say that so many poisons could be casually brought up was an insult to everyone's intelligence. This was a top-notch ancient warship. Anyone who boarded the ship would not only have to be inspected by the crew, but they would also have to go through a special detection array. Under such tight security, it was basically impossible to sneak across the sea without being noticed. This was indeed unjustifiable. Oof. You can hide this from others, but unfortunately, you can't hide it from me. Ren Zhongyuan, on the other hand, had a card up his sleeve. He looked at Lin Yi proudly and grinned coldly. You still don't know, but my father is not only a 7th-grade alchemist, but he's also a famous pharmacist in the East Continent. Unfortunately, I happen to learn a little from him. Oh. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows noncommittally. Under normal circumstances, It is indeed very difficult to smuggle poison on board. But I have just carefully studied everyone's symptoms of poisoning and discovered that it coincides with a strange poison from the legends. The name of this poison is heart-piercing anemone. Ren Zhongyuan said confidently. Heart-piercing anemone? This is a poison from the sea? Lu Ziyu was instantly shocked. That's right. This kind of heart-piercing anemone is very common in the sea. However, very few people go into the sea, so they don't know much about this thing. Only a very few medicinal scriptures have records of it, and I just happened to see it in my father's study. Ren Zhongyuan smiled proudly, looked at Lin Yi, and said, So, you don't need to bring poison with you at all. You only need to catch some heart-piercing anemone from the sea when everyone is unprepared, then grind it into powder and put it in their food. This thing dissolves when it comes into contact with water, and it is colorless and tasteless. No one will notice it at all. This deduction sounded reasonable and well-founded, but he was actually exposing what he had done in front of everyone. He was just putting the blame on Lin Yi. Heart-piercing anemone was his unique method. If he didn't say it himself, not many people would know about this poison. After all, the sea was the territory of the sea beasts. No matter how amazing an apothecary was, it would be very difficult for them to come into contact with the sea creatures, let alone carefully study them. After hearing this, everyone came to a realization, and they looked at Ren Zhongyuan with gazes of worship. As for Lin Yi, his identity as the real culprit had been indirectly confirmed. Out of everyone present, only he had the conditions and opportunity to poison the sea creatures. No matter what, this guy was the #1 suspect. There was no way he could escape this point. That still doesn't prove that it was Lin Yi who poisoned it. You know so much about it. Who knows if you were the one who fished up the heart-piercing anemone to frame Lin Yi? Ning Shuifei refuted without hesitation. That's right. From beginning to end, it's all your words. None of us know about the heart-piercing anemone, and only you know about it. Doesn't that mean that you are also the biggest suspect of poisoning it? Huiyuti said coldly. Junior apprentice, Sister Yuti, don't be blinded by this despicable person. As the old saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly. Between me and him, who is more suspicious of the poisoning, I believe everyone here can see clearly. Ren Zhongyuan looked like he had suffered a great grievance. He suddenly turned to everyone and said, Me and Lin Yi, who do you think it is? Lin Yi. Of course it's Lin Yi. More than half of the East Continent's disciples here had to act according to his instructions. At this time, it was obvious who to choose. Huiyuti and Ning Shuifei were secretly anxious. If this went on, these people would force Lin Yi to use the soul-searching art on him again. At this time, Lu Ziyu waved her hand at everyone and finally expressed her stance. Lin Yi is indeed suspected of poisoning the heart-piercing anemone. However, before I find the evidence, I will only put him under surveillance. If the two of you want to make a move on the West Island's prince consort, feel free to give it a try. Her words made Ren Zhongyuan and Yi Xiaodian, who had deliberately created this scene, speechless. Fuck, this old woman was too much of a hindrance. However, cursing silently was one thing. Lu Ziyu's absolute strength was there for all to see. If they dared to jump out at this time, they would only be cannon fodder. No one was a fool. Everyone could only choose to shut up resentfully. Very well. Since all of you feel that we can't act rashly, then properly think of a way to cure the poison. As for the matter of investigating the truth, we'll talk about it after. Without any conclusive evidence, and only relying on wrangling like this, everyone might as well just wait for death. Lu Ziyu's tone was extremely unyielding. Lin Yi looked at Lu Ziyu, a little astonished. He had not had much contact with this big shot of the academy before, especially after the incident where she forced Huiyuti and Ren Zhongyuan to make a deal. His impression of her was not very good, but now it had changed. Chapter 4770. As for when the crowd's anger subsided, they would split up and target Ren Zhongyan and Lu Ziyu so that they wouldn't dare to act rashly. and in the blink of an eye, the scene of a group attack would disappear. Ren Zhongyan was extremely unwilling, but now that things had come to this, he couldn't continue to incite the crowd to target Lin Yi. If he really angered Lu Ziyu, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences either. Deputy Dean Liu, I can't do anything about it. However, if I can detoxify everyone, you can't possibly continue to protect this kid, right? The poisoning must be investigated to the end. Ren Zhongyuan immediately bargained. You could detoxify. Lu Ziyu glanced at him. That's right. Don't forget that I'm a 5th-grade alchemist. Since it's confirmed that it's the heart-piercing sea anemone's poison, I have a way to refine an antidote. As long as everyone takes it, they'll naturally be safe and sound. Ren Zhongyuan said proudly. Once he said this, everyone instantly became excited again. All of them looked at Ren Zhongyuan with fervent gazes. As long as he could refine an antidote, it would be equivalent to saving all of their lives. Then how many can you refine? Lu Ziyu asked with a frown. This antidote is slightly complicated, but there are various materials stored on the ship. I can refine one in 2 hours. Ren Zhongyuan still had a smug look on his face. The heart-piercing sea anemone's poison was not low, and the corresponding antidote had reached the 5th grade. For him to be able to refine one in 2 hours was already a very shocking speed. 1 in 2 hours? Then how long can so many people last? Lu Ziyu instantly frowned. There were close to 100 disciples from the East Continent present. Wouldn't Ren Zhongyuan have to wait for 100 hours? And this was on the condition that he didn't sleep or rest. Now, only 4 hours had passed, and there were already 3 people who couldn't hold on any longer. Not to mention 100 hours. Looking at the way things were going, it wouldn't even take 20 hours for everyone to die. This. Ren Zhongyuan was stunned. Previously, he had been thinking of framing Lin Yi, thinking that after he killed Lin Yi, he would stand up and detoxify the poison. However, he had neglected this crucial point. How was he going to detoxify the poison of so many people? At this moment, the faces of everyone present instantly turned deathly pale. It wasn't easy for them to grab onto the last life-saving straw, but in the end, it was really just a straw. It couldn't save their lives at all. If this went on, wouldn't they only be waiting for death? Looking at Ren Zhongyan's dumbfounded expression, Lu Ziyu, who had been holding onto a bit of hope, was completely speechless. They had already left the West Island for more than a day, and it was too late for them to return now. This was really a big deal. With Lu Ziyu's strength, he was confident that he could suppress the poisonous gas, but the others could not. The longer this dragged on, the more disciples from the East Continent would be affected by the poison. By then, there would definitely be large groups of people dying. With so many people dying at once, Lu Ziyu would be too ashamed to answer to the various academies in the East Continent after he returned. With such a big stain on him, it would basically be impossible for him to be entrusted with any important tasks in the future. Everyone sighed, and the already depressing atmosphere became filled with despair. Lu Ziyu's expression also became grim. Once people were forced into a corner, they would be able to do anything. Once someone took the risk out of desperation, it would be impossible for the matter today to end peacefully. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly smiled and said, "Why don't you let me give it a try?" What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Ren Zhongyan looked at Lin Yi as if he was looking at an idiot and sneered in disdain. Give a try? Do you know what you're saying? My detoxification pill is a 5th-grade medicinal pill. What are you going to use to try it? Don't tell me you're also a 5th-grade alchemist? 5th-grade alchemist? Then I'm really not one. Lin, he shook his head calmly. However, before Ren Zhongyuan could let out a complacent laugh, he said in a calm tone, "But if it's just a 5th-grade medicinal pill, I can refine 100 of them in 2 hours. It shouldn't be difficult for me to detoxify everyone." The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. Being able to refine 100 5th-grade medicinal pills in 2 hours. What exactly was this guy's background? After being stunned for a moment, Ren Zhongyan pointed at Lin Yi's nose and stomped his feet, shouting, "Impossible! You're freaking spouting nonsense. Refining 100 fifth-grade medicinal pills in 2 hours. Even a 7th-grade alchemist like my father can't do it. Do you think you're a god? You're really daydreaming. Hee, no matter how much you say, it's useless. Anyway, everyone doesn't have a choice. It's like trying everything in a hopeless situation. What's the harm in letting me try? Who knows, I might really succeed. Lin Yi smiled unconcernedly. The others didn't think much of it, but Lu Ziyu's eyes lit up when she heard it. Out of everyone present, only she, Hui Yudi, and Ning Shuifei knew Lin Yi's background. This guy was an amazing person who could refine 8 profound thunder pills in a day. Although refining 100 fifth-grade medicinal pills in 2 hours sounded very exaggerated, to Lin Yi, it might not really be impossible. Even if he couldn't do it, it was still better than Ren Zhongyuan, who could only refine 1 pill in 2 hours. Only if Lin Yi came out to help, the many East Continent disciples present would have a chance of survival. Otherwise, they could only sit there and wait for death. Since that's the case, then the two of you will refine as many pills as you can. Everyone's lives are in the hands of the two of you, so you must do your best. Lu Ziyu immediately decided. Lin Yi naturally had no objections to this, while Ren Zhongyuan looked at him coldly. Today, because of Lu Ziyu's protection, he couldn't kill this brat. However, since things had developed to this point, it wasn't like he couldn't make use of it. His eyes turning, Ren Zhongyuan ordered someone to bring over a pen and paper. He wrote down some ingredients on it in a flamboyant manner and said coldly to Lin Yi, "I don't care what you're planning, brat, but since things have developed to this point, I won't say anything else. This is the antidote pill formula." Lin Yi stretched out his hand to receive it. Although antidote pills generally had a general template, there was no absolute omnipotent antidote pill in this world. If one wanted to truly detoxify the poison, they had to find the right medicine for the illness. In the past, Lin Yi had never even heard of the heart-piercing anemone. If he wanted to refine the antidote, he could only rely on the pill formula Ren Zhongyuan provided. However, Ren Zhongyuan suddenly took back the pill formula and snorted coldly. "This is a 5th-grade pill formula, something that can't even be bought in the market. You want to take it away so casually? Don't you know how to behave yourself?" Lu Ziyu was about to speak, but he was stopped by Lin Yi's gaze. He looked at Ren Zhongyuan calmly and said, "Then what do you want? Don't tell me you want me to fork out spirit jades to buy it." "Oh, then how about you? How many have you refined?" Lin Yi asked faintly. "Not more, not less, just 1. I'm a man of my word. Even if there is only 1, it is much better than a liar like you who says 100 but can't take out 1 in the end." Ren Zhongyuan laughed proudly, raised the antidote pill high, and said to the crowd, "Whoever wants this antidote pill, first come, first served. The next one will have to wait for another hour." Ren Zhongyuan thought that the moment he called out, everyone would rush over like a flock of ducks. Perhaps even Hui Yudi would recognize his true colors and jump into his embrace. But in the end, it wasn't just Hui Yudi that he had been thinking about all this time. Even the others weren't moved at all. At this moment, Ren Zhongyuan suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why was everyone looking at him with strange eyes? There was not the slightest excitement of seeing a life-saving straw. Instead, they felt like they were looking at an idiot. In particular, even the expressions of Yishao Tian and the others were abnormal. It was as if they were desperately trying to remind him of something, but he couldn't understand the specific meaning for a while. Ren Zhongyuan couldn't help but be a little confused. What kind of situation was this? "Junior sister Yudi, I will make the decision to give this one to you first. I think you should understand my intention, right?" Although Ren Zhongyuan muttered in his heart, he still put on a look of infatuation and passed through the crowd. He wanted to personally give the antidote pill to Hui Yudi and take the opportunity to get intimate with her. Chapter 4772. Impossible. Ren Zhongyuan instantly jumped up. The more experienced he was, the more he knew the difficulty of this. This kind of thing was impossible no matter how he thought about it. But when he carefully examined everyone, he discovered that it was just as Lu Ziyu said. These people were all safe and sound. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ren Zhongyuan was deeply affected, mumbling to himself as if he had gone mad. Just when everyone thought he was going to have a mental breakdown from the huge blow, this guy suddenly shouted, "Ah, I know the truth. It must be like this. It must be like this." Everyone looked at each other. I've said it before, refining 100 fifth-grade medicinal pills in 2 hours. Even a 7th-grade alchemist like my father can't do it, let alone this kid. He could take out 120 antidote pills at once. That can only mean one thing. He's long prepared these antidotes. Ren Zhongyuan hooted loudly. That's right. What Brother said makes sense. He can do something that even a 7th-grade alchemist can't do. Doesn't everyone feel that this matter in itself is a huge loophole? Lin Yi, I think you've been outsmarted by your own cleverness this time. Taking out the evidence on your own initiative, hee. Xiaotian immediately chimed in. The other East Continent disciples didn't join in the uproar. Since they'd already recognized that Lin Yi was a big shot, then they wouldn't rashly offend Lin Yi because of this kind of thing. After all, the poison had already been cured, and as for who the real culprit was, it really wasn't too important. Moreover, anyone with a bit of brain could see that there was something fishy about this. From the beginning to the end, the things that Ren Zhongyuan and Yi Xiaotian said were all very far-fetched. They all had very obvious loopholes, but no one was willing to expose them face to face. However, there was still no lack of Ren Zhongyuan's underlings among the crowd, and they immediately hooted, strongly requesting Lu Ziyu to severely punish the real culprit. Lu Ziyu couldn't help but frown again. She thought that Lin Yi would be fine after he detoxified the poison for everyone, but she didn't expect this guy to be so sharp-tongued and still not let go of Lin Yi. It was like a piece of dogskin plaster. The problem was that for those who didn't understand Lin Yi's strength, taking out 120 antidote pills in less than 2 hours was really a loophole. They couldn't let Lin Yi perform it again in front of everyone, right? For a moment, Lu Ziyu did not know how to defend Lin Yi. At this moment, he heard Lin Yi chuckle, looking at Ren Zhongyuan as if he was looking at an idiot. Are you stupid? Do you really think that other people's brains are as useless as yours? If I wanted to harm someone, would I need to go through so much trouble? Then how did you do it? Ren Zhongyuan sneered. In the face of absolute power. This time, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the real suspect of poisoning was not Lin Yi, but Ren Zhongyuan, who was the first to bring up the heart-piercing anemone. In all likelihood, this guy was the thief who cried "Stop the thief," and wanted to kill Lin Yi with hatred in his heart. It was a pity that she could not find any concrete evidence. No matter how suspicious Ren Zhongyuan was, Lu Ziyu could not do anything to him for the time being. She could only use this excuse to put him under house arrest, so that he could not continue to stir up trouble. Since Lu Ziyu had already said so, this matter was considered settled. Although Yi Xiaotian and the others were unwilling, they could only follow Lu Ziyu's words and carry Ren Zhongyuan back to his room. After all, this old woman's fierce reputation in the East region was not just for show. If she was really forced to be ruthless, none of them would have a good ending. The group of East region disciples dispersed one after another. Lin Yi cupped his hands toward Lu Ziyu and said gratefully, "Thank you, Vice Headmaster Lu, for helping me out of this predicament. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to explain myself today." This was the truth. Although Lin Yi had 100 ways to expose Ren Zhongyuan's framing, he had to first have a chance to do so. If Lu Ziyu had not helped him earlier, he would not even have had the chance to concoct pills and detoxify the poison. He didn't even give them the chance to concoct pills and detoxify the poison, so it was even more impossible for anyone to listen to him. with Ren Zhongyuan and Yi Xiaotian fanning the flames from behind. They might have already been forced to fight. You've got it backwards. I should be the one thanking you properly. If it weren't for you, I don't know how this matter would have ended. Lu Ziyu shook her head with some lingering fear. Fortunately, Linny could really concoct so many detoxification pills. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This time, Ren Zhongyuan got away with it. It's really too hateful. If this was West Island, even if there was no evidence to prove that he poisoned someone, just the crime of framing would have been enough to put him in jail. Ning Xuefei said angrily. Yeah, this matter was obviously done by Ren Zhongyan. Master, are we really going to let him off just like that? Wei Yudi was also somewhat unwilling. She hated Ren Zhongyuan to begin with, and this time he actually caused such a big incident to frame Lin Yi. This made her even more furious, and she wished she could execute this bastard on the spot. Without irrefutable evidence, we can't touch him, especially on this ship. Lu Ziyu sighed helplessly. She didn't want to spoil Ren Zhongyuan and his group of people. Unfortunately, although she was the person in charge of Dongzhou's diplomatic mission, her identity on this ancient battleship was still a guest. Those crew members would give in to Ren Zhongyan, but they wouldn't give in to Lu Ziyu. Lin Yi looked at Ning Xuefei and Hui Yudi's indignant expressions and couldn't help but be amused. He said indifferently, Actually, there's no need. That guy has already been punished. Look at him, he's in so much pain. Hearing this, the two women immediately smiled. When they thought of how Ren Zhongyuan was rolling on the ground just now, their anger was vented. Even Lu Ziyu covered her mouth and laughed. A wicked person would be tormented by another wicked person. Ren Zhongyuan had really kicked an iron plate this time. After being carried back to the room by Yi Xiaotian and the others, Ren Zhongyuan still had some backbone. He howled in pain as he chased all these people out. After all, his current appearance was really too embarrassing. With Yi Xiaotian and these underlings looking at him like this, how could he still be arrogant in the future? Detoxification. There must be a way to cure the poison. Ren Zhongyuan was hysterical alone in the room. Similarly, a wave of vital energy was flowing everywhere in his body. He subconsciously thought that this was a strange poison like the heart-piercing sea anemone. He was a pharmacist and an alchemist, and he even had a high-grade detoxification pill with him. No poison could trouble him. Absolutely not. Without hesitation, he swallowed the detoxification pill. At the same time, he clenched his teeth and endured the intense pain. He circulated his mental cultivation method to dispel the vital energy. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. He tossed and turned like this until midnight. Only then did Ren Zhongyuan completely collapse, because all of this was completely useless. That strange, ghost-like vital energy could not be dispelled at all. It was simply inexplicable. Not only was it as indistinct and difficult to capture as the heart-piercing sea anemone's poisonous gas, even if one could really catch it by chance, there was no way to dispel it. Generally speaking, whether it was the poisonous gas or the vital energy, once it could be successfully locked on, there would always be a way to dispel it little by little using one's own mental cultivation method. It was just a matter of how fast it was. That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.